Uh, and gosh, I'm actually kind of deteriorating rapidly here. I'm starting to get very lightheaded. So let me pace myself on the talking a little bit. Okay. See if I can avoid passing out. So yeah, it's been really, really, really shitty. And I've really missed you all, and I've really missed streaming. And I wish I could say I got a lot done, but brother, I could barely eat until 2 days ago. I couldn't sleep until like what, Monday, Tuesday. I couldn't really eat much until like Wednesday, Thursday. And now here we are on Friday. Yesterday I ate normally. Um, the cold sweats and the spins were to a minimum. And I felt like I could kind of focus on stuff, but I didn't get anything done. And today I was just like, hey man, let's just try. Like, don't worry about your partner numbers. Just, let's just see if we can stream. Let's just see if we can talk to the camera. Let's just see if we can exert ourselves a little. I feel pathetic. I really do. After doing those 25 miles a day on the bike and now being just like completely reduced to bedridden. Oh my god. Is this what dying is like? I don't want to do that again. What's up, yo? I was just elaborating on how this is the sickest I've ever been in my life. And I don't know how far we're going to get today because I'm already starting to feel really lightheaded. Uh, that seems to be the pattern, actually, is I'll wake up feeling euphoric because I slept, right? Because sleep is everything when you're sick. So I'll wake up feeling euphoric because it's like, oh, I slept. Like 6 hours has passed, so I'm 6 hours less sick. And I'll eat, and I'll have some water, and I'll feel okay. And as soon as I kind of like sit down, cold sweat. It's been happening to me all morning today too. At this point, I'm just like, is this the sickness or something else? Just cold sweat. And then I start getting real lightheaded. I'm really fucking lightheaded right now. I'm just trying to like stay cool and hopefully it'll pass. Okay. Just gonna see if we can get into the motion. I don't think we're getting any coding done today. Oh, chat. Being sick sucks. But I had to at least push the button today. I had to at least try. Oof. So it seems pretty clear that it's some sort of viral thing because the last symptom to go is the sinus headache right here. And yeah, that's like the viral gunk being collected into the lymph nodes or whatever and then slowly processed out. Ugh. So okay. Let's see what we're doing. Hi everybody. It's me. A to the B. Gonna be. Gonna bomb. No, I'm alright. Let's see. Yeah, man, being sick sucks. This is the sickest I've ever been since I was like 8 years old and my family thought I was gonna die. I never had COVID. I imagine it was like this. I'm pretty sure this wasn't COVID because I didn't have my cough was very productive. Um, I just didn't have any of the respiratory symptoms that are classical COVID. So unless the new COVID DLC has got the symptom scrambler, Anyhow, what a what an unbelievably shitty week. Now, whilst I was in bed, chat, you're not gonna believe this shit. I had the wildest, most unhinged fever dreams imaginable. I dreamt that Martin Shkreli lost all his money on some crazy all in short on a quantum stock. Oh, I dreamt that the whole world turned on Thor. Just at the drop of a hat, everybody hated him. It was the weirdest goddamn dream. I just woke up thinking, whoa. And I pull out my phone. I'm like, he still has 50,000 viewers. It's fine. It's just a dream. And I went back to bed. And I finally felt like, you know what? I should stream. I can't just keep laying here having these fucked up dreams. Oh, man. I dreamt that David Lynch died. That was a scary one, man. It was Lynchian fever dreams the whole time, man. The whole time. Anyhow, so what I missed this week, guys? It's basically just laying in bed, just hallucinating all week. Nothing crazy happened, right? How'd Elon's launch go? It went good, right? Success. Fell asleep right before liftoff, you know. Oh no, maybe I'm just running. Maybe I'm just out of mana. Anybody got any mana gems? Robe of replenishment, maybe. What a fucking week. I've been in the Discord just cutting it up all week on that stuff because that's all I could do was just lay in bed with my little flip phone and just be like, okay, YouTube video, and just like I wasn't even watching them. I was just listening to them. Just laying there like but man. Guys and gals, don't catch this flu. This one really fucking sucks. Just hang out this weekend. Learn Your Own AI guy released a quant research thing. Huh? Like a product, a service, or a video? Or all the above? A course? What a shame. What a shame. They all do it. Don't let me do it, chat. I'd rather just get a job. I'd rather just have the humility of a job. Thank you, bunches. For me, it's like the only thing that you charge for is your time. If you're doing this for real, if you're for real successful at it, and you're recording videos and shit, you should just give all that away for free. I mean, you really should. Like it's more about raising the tide, raising the standard at which we as an internet community think about these problems and helping us all put to bed technical analysis forever. Definitively forever. But like if some dude wants to run up and ask you 20 stupid questions, like, okay, buddy, cough up. Like you want to come to this Q&A, it's $20. Not because I need your $20, but because broke boys who don't have $20 are like 95% of the time wasters. Like the people who aren't even willing to cough up a $5 fucking Twitch sub are the ones who want to ask 1,000 stupid questions about how to raise billions of dollars, right? Those are the ones I hate the most, and I used to be one of those. But like Christina Key does that. She's a multi-millionaire. Even though like her whatever, like she's a serial entrepreneur at this point. She's got a lot of successful ventures. She's doing very well. she charges like $10 to come to a live Q&A session for aspiring hedge fund managers. And yes, I've paid the $10. And I noticed a huge difference when it went from I'm doing this free on LinkedIn at 3 o'clock on Tuesday, and hey, this is a thing you got to pay $10. Like, you got to shoot an email to this. You gotta tell us that you're somebody other than just some rando, and then it's like $10 or whatever to get in. And it was night and day difference, man. When it was anybody can come in, every fucking question. How do I raise capital? 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 And what's amazing, one, Christina Key is the one person you don't ask that question to. If you would take the time to read anything about her, you'd know, oh, she's kind of famous for being so convincing, like on her first pitch, that she got one big investment check, right? Like, it's kind of a famous story. She went up to pitch her fund for the first time, and she did such a great job that somebody immediately cut her a $60 million check, and she didn't have to raise capital anymore. Kind of like a fund of funds gobbled her up, though it was one guy who just happens to be a huge family office. Anyhow, when it switched from anybody can come in and everyone's asking, how do I raise capital? How do I raise capital? To $10 to come in, it went from how do I raise capital to how do I find a lawyer I can trust? How do I find an accountant that like is has a good track record, like a good relationship with auditing agencies, like, and not some cheap one that looks good on paper, right? Like, how do you find good accountants? How do you find good lawyers? How do you have good back office? Like, do I need to automate my back office, or should I outsource my back office? What about, like, did you have any kind of pre-trade risk checks in your system? Like, this kind of stuff. Like, actual good, meaty questions, right? So, I would never sell a quant course, but I can 100% imagine moving to a format where I don't interact with chat much, unless they're like paying a cover charge. And I don't mean like a $5 Twitch subscription. I mean like we'd be over on locals and y'all would be paying like $20. We'd have like our, I'd call it something really stupid like mentoring. Or brain trust, I don't know. I'd come up with some name for it, but yeah, I mean the whole idea would just be like this is where we can actually have meaningful discussions at length about the more nuanced, complicated issues of doing this kind of stuff. And Twitch would become a lot more just kind of hanging out, trading, maybe more of a open discussion format with other content creators here on Twitch. Kind of like what they do on Tasty Trade. I really like what they do on Tasty Trade. Since they're just sitting there trading all day, and that's the content that they do, they have all this structured content around trading, where they're just sort of bringing on other traders, talking about tactics, talking about risk management techniques. Like, it's like a whole content network around like active trading. I'd like to do a very small scale version of that. That'd be kind of cool. You know, where it's just me talking about algo trading. Yeah, the Hustlers University. Ugh. Wait, is that what they're doing? I thought that was just like a full-on pay $10,000 and you get access to a bunch of videos or something, like the Ty Lopez knowledge scam, where it's like his own masterclass clone. Is masterclass still around? Is that still a thing? All right, let's see. I did some upgrades to Disco. Pretty sure. I have 10,000 windows open. Let's hope that I picked the right one. There we go. So yeah, it's much faster now. But our force graph sucks. Oh wait, this is the old one. Yeah. Let me shut this down. Okay. So yeah, I made some upgrades while I was still able to function. I wish I could say I was able to do more, but I finished the strategy discovery algorithm refactoring. So now the bottleneck is the annotation search or tactical simulation step, where we're actually taking our models, our state models or our signal models or our trading tactics, and we are just processing them across our universe of data or universes of data. Hold on, I just realized that I'm totally not paying attention to YouTube chat. Hi, everybody. Sorry, gang. Sorry, YouTube audience. I neglected to pay attention to the chat there. What's up, Mustafa? What's up, John Doe? I think I know you, John Doe, or maybe you just have one of those names. They got hacked, right? Oh yeah, I know, they totally got hacked. Well, didn't Ninja write a book on gaming called Get Good? So how can you become a quant trader? Is it worth it in 2025? No, not really. Quant trader is kind of like a misnomer. If you want to be a professional, if you want to like go work for a trading institute or something, an institutional trading outfit, then you would either be the quant or you'd be the person deploying it, but like you wouldn't have a quant trader. You'd have the quants and then you'd have the traders, but you wouldn't have a quant trader. I mean, it all depends on how they're individually structured. I was just kind of being silly. Gosh, after this whole Thor thing, I'm like, you should be very careful how you word stuff and not sound authoritative when you don't know. Because wow, that really has a way of blowing up in your face if you're not careful. I've been chit-chatting with a few other content creators or a few other Twitch streamers throughout this whole thing about like, gang, what can we learn from this? As people, because remember Thor, not to talk about this too much at length, but he used to be my size. This time a year and a half ago, he and I were like neck and neck. There were days where I had more viewers than him. I would always get him and the horror game dev guy mixed up. Because, I was like, oh yeah, I would think the indie game, like the one of us that's actually successfully published something, right? Like oh, that's right, he's got that game about the dark web or whatever. Like, I know that game. That was a cool game. I got him and Pirate Software. What was the guy's name? Horror Game Dev and Pirate Software. I'd always get them mixed up because we were all kind of neck and neck with each other, right? So anyhow, Thor's explosion into popularity has not gone unnoticed by us other software and game dev streamers here on Twitch. We hang out, we talk. We're engineers, we're nerds, we're trying to reverse engineer his success and factor analyze, like, well, you think it's the deep voice, or do you think it's because he represents this, or do you think it's because of the shorts, or... So we've been having some very interesting discussions about, like, what can we learn from all of this? And so far, we've learned, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Shit we don't do. It's right here. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm a little punchy. Hoping the coffee will kind of sharpen me. Okay, so let me start over. I did some, we were working on some upgrades the week before last week. Sorry, it's all blur. Before I got sick, we were finishing up some upgrades to the trading strategy discovery algorithm. This weird looking mutant tree thing. Hold on. I can turn off the music. That was really only for me. I just forgot it was playing. All right, so this funky looking thing represents the search space for possible trading strategies. Now, it looks a little different than it used to because we've upgraded the algorithm in a handful of very meaningful ways. There are no longer redundant strategies. So whenever it discovers a strategy, if it produces the exact same resulting trades as any other strategy already discovered, it will prefer the simpler strategy. So if it discovers two strategies by trying all possible combinations of rules, and two strategies have the same resulting trades, it will always prefer the less sophisticated strategy, right? The one that has the least complexity to arrive at that result. So, as such, the search is no longer as exhaustive as it once was, or rather, the results are no longer as numerous as they once were, which is cool. And that was the upgrade. It's also much faster. It's primarily SQL-based now. So we used to do a lot of the combination iteration in Java, just, for this, for that, for this other thing, and you'd have n to the n to the n complexity. Now we use SQL to kind of work backwards from the raw data so that we're only trying permutations that actually exist in the data. And we managed to outsource the vast majority of that work to SQL. If what I'm saying makes no sense, it's because I'm probably still delirious with the flu. So give me a little rope today. Appreciate it. I'm a little low on mana. Look at my mana. What do you want me to do? I could write a goddamn PhD thesis on this topic. I really could, because all I did for 3 days was just lay there and listen to the fallout. I have seriously consumed at least 6 hours of content related to that incident. I could draw you a map. I could draw you timelines. I could do quotations and impressions. I could literally write a PhD thesis on why everybody is so pissed. And to put it very shortly, it's Amber Heard. You and I don't know Amber Heard. We don't give a shit about Amber Heard or some random celebrity that's just awful to her person. But we have all known somebody like Amber Heard, or we've had a brother or a friend or a father or a son who's had their life destroyed by somebody like Amber Heard. And so when there was an opportunity for all of us to rally around Johnny Depp, to hold Amber Heard accountable for her bullshit, it was like we were all getting this collective catharsis. Like for me, it was, it was my mother. She's a terrible gaslighter. She does that kind of stuff, all right? And she doesn't even do it intentionally. It's like a pathology. I love my mother. I forgive her for it. It's a pathology. It's because of her rough childhood. I understand. But god damn it, if I didn't get some sick Freudian pleasure out of seeing Amber Heard pinned to the wall for very similar manipulative tactics, right? I think this is that. We all know somebody like that with similar behaviors. We've gamed with somebody like that. We've worked with somebody like that. We have a brother like that. I have an older brother like that who gets exactly like that when things don't go the way he wants them to go. And he gets exactly like that when he doesn't want to, or when he can't admit to himself that he did something wrong. So that, for me personally, I think that's why I couldn't turn it off. And I think a lot of people were coming from a similar vibe, which is like, like not this time. No, this time we got it all on tape. This time, like, because it's not about this time, and it's not about World of Warcraft, and it's not about him. It's about all of us have been hurt by some situation like this before and want justice. That's my PhD thesis on it. It really has nothing to do with the situation, nothing to do with the man. It has everything to do with attitude. Just like we've all worked with somebody like that, where it's like, dude, why are you being like this? Like, this is unnecessary. Like, come on, be a team player on this. Something like that. We've all had an older brother, a team leader who just freaked out at us over a flubbed game or a bad raid, or somebody dropped the ball, and it just turns into this incredibly toxic thing. So anyhow, now that said, he's probably doing the right thing, which is just move on, just whatever, just let it lay there, move on. The damage is done, the bridge is burned, it's all over. And honestly, it'll probably all be forgotten about in 6 months. I would actually sincerely love to play only WoW hardcore if I could join OnlyFans, but let's all be honest, you have to be that big to get invited because it is a content guild. And that's okay. That's okay. I played World of... And for the record, Activision Blizzard may have been the first stock I ever bought. Now, this is true. This is a fun fact about me. Activision Blizzard is the first stock I ever bought. True story. But I am not a WoW person. I was an Ultima Online enjoyer. I played WoW when Classic WoW was regular WoW, before any of the expansion packs. I played one character, a shaman, to level 22, I think, because that's when you get Shadow Wolf thing. I was like 12. It was all, I just wanted to turn into a wolf and run around. And I thought it was like Ultima Online, where you just kind of find some people to hang out with, and they'll like take you into their village, and they'll train you up into something useful. And no, it's more of like an everybody doing their own thing. And I don't know. I remember wanting to wander around in World of Warcraft and feeling like boxed in, kind of like in EverQuest. You can't really wander around like you can in Ultima Online, you know? So, but anyhow, I'm not a WoW expert. I don't know anything about it. I played one character for 20-something levels one time when I was a preteen. But I do really like what they're doing over there. I admit, I got sucked at... my gateway in was the Pirate Software drama. But when I saw the Tyler 1 versus Kamala Poppins. Sorry, the Soda Poppin duel for what's the World of Warcraft word? Duel for leadership. There's a word for it. Yeah, the guild leader, but it's like a mock tall or something. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, the war chief battle that was amazing. Yeah, Mock Gora. That and just seeing how everybody was sort of coming together and their guild has this like really, really, really strong sense of community that transcends. I know you have to be of a certain popularity to get in, but once you're in, it seems to transcend viewership levels. Like some of those cats have like 1/10 the viewership of some of the other cats, and everyone's treated as an equal. It's merit based, right? I like it. It other than the drama, it seems like they have a really cool thing going on. If I was invited, I would love to participate. Happily. Happily. Uh, but man, I tell you, if Twitch royalty like Mizkif or Soda Poppin, or like I could go on, I could name names. I watch a lot of Twitch. If I'm in the same clan as Morgapie, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be terrified of making a mistake. I'm gonna be sitting there running combat drills nonstop on burner accounts every minute that I'm not on stream because I don't want to be the one that fucks up the raid. I'd be terrified of being the one who would fuck up because I don't know this game. I don't have the experience. I don't know the macros. You should have seen me trying to keep up with Acorn and Chris and Robotic Ed playing Path of Exile 2. It was pathetic. I was the only one who didn't transcend. It was humiliating. If that happens in front of literally all of Twitch, I would die. I would just die. If I fucked up in some way that caused like Morgpie or Imaru or like some Twitch sweetheart to cry, I would die. I would die. I would curl up in a little ball. You'd never see me again. Oh man, I'd be so afraid. I'd be so terrified of fucking up. If I got invited to play World of Warcraft with the big dogs. Oh, give me a sec, Twitch. Laughing's making me lightheaded. So, for those who missed out, let me slow down my pace a little bit. This is day 7 of the sickest I've ever been in my life. Since I was a small child. The only thing that compares to this is when I got altitude sickness. And this ain't that. But, yeah, I've been basically bedridden just following all the drama until about Monday-ish. I felt like I could sit at the desk. Kind of Tuesday, Wednesday, I could kind of start functioning again. I could start sleeping again. And then Wednesday, Thursday, I could eat again. So, we're just going to do whatever I can do today on stream. Oh, I want to share something with all of you before I pass out, because it's funnier if I pass out. Check it out. This is like Twitch just said, "Oh, you're sick? A little sick? Let's just... Oh, wouldn't you love to stream right now, sick boy? Wouldn't it be so good for you if you could just crawl out of bed and do one good stream? You don't want to underperform. You don't want to underperform." It was 74.75 yesterday. This is torture. Dan Clancy, this is torture! Okay, hold on. I actually do need to catch my breath. I've got cold sweat. So yeah, I sat in bed and watched the 30-day tick away, right? Tick away. And the bad days were dropping off, and the average was creeping up and up and up. This is the 74.75 is the closest I've ever been. And that was yesterday when I was like, come on, Algo, just one good stream. And I literally couldn't look at the monitor without the room spinning. I can still barely do it now. I just reassured myself that it's not a fluke or a glitch or anything that you need to take advantage of right now. You have the content, you have the algos, not the exciting, profitable ones, but the stuff that makes the bells whistle. You have the dashboard, like the numbers reflect how, like the level of interest in the project at the current state of the project. You don't have to do anything gimmicky or gamey. You don't have to worry if you dip a little bit, because like in a week or two, it'll go right back to 90 average and you'll tick over the line. Oh, that's what I've been telling myself. in between explosive diarrhea. So yeah, that was my week, chat. I just wanted to share that with you, that we're really, really, really close. And this has been torture. I am wrecked with a cold sweat right now. Right now. But I'm going to tough it through. I'm all right. That's just the one thing that just won't go away. Is these damn cold sweats, lightheadedness. Oh, but hopefully by Monday I'm all normal again. But man, this is the worst. The worst sickness I've had. Some injection or powder for that in Vegas. No. You know, the I'm trying not to make this a karmic thing. I got sick because I did something special for myself. Last week, after a whole week of putting it off and telling myself tomorrow, I finally said on that Thursday last week, I was like, you know what, Algo? I want to fucking go to this new Cuban place. You want to go to this new Cuban place. This is me talking to myself in the mirror. Like, you've been reading about it. You love Cuban food. Havana 57, baby. Come on, we're going. It's the hot new Cuban spot, the Flamingo. They're saying it's the best Cuban sandwich in town. It's expensive. I don't give a shit. Let's do it. So I go. And CES is in town. So I go to the link, walk through the promenade, go to the Flamingo. I love Vegas. It's great. I eat a $40 sandwich. It was $40 for a sandwich and fries. It didn't have gold leaf or anything. It was a Cuban sandwich. A Cuban sandwich is famous for being cheap. I paid $40 for that son bitch. And you know what? It was good. And for the first, and I have money dysphoria like you can't imagine. If I have $100,000 in the bank, I will cry over a loaf of bread that went bad. I will. I have terrible money dysphoria. But I did not beat myself up over it. I was like, you know what? I wanted to do this. I wanted to do something special. I want to do something special for me. because I'm bad about that too. I really neglect myself. And I did. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just going to do it. I popped 3 edibles, mostly to alleviate the panic attack that happens when I pop out of the Uber in downtown Las Vegas. Yay, you know, autism is as autism does. And yeah, I had a wonderful time. I really did. I had a wonderful time. And that is where I got sick. I probably caught the flu from one of the CES guys that I was, handshaking and yakking it up with either at the Cuban joint or at the little sports bar down the street. Because, just kind of wanted to hang out. It was a nice night. No, it wasn't the sandwich. It wasn't any kind of foodborne illness. But there was a lot of coughing and hacking and sneezing at the CES crowd, because CES was over at the Venetian, which is right across the street from the Flamingo. So, yeah. I was sitting next to a bunch of CES glad-handers and just yakking it up. Oh, what do you guys do? You do drones? You do power plant inspection technology? Like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to start a quantitative hedge fund. Nice to meet you. So, Friday, fine. Didn't feel right. Couldn't quite sleep that night. Saturday, I was kind of a wreck. Oh, yeah, no. Thursday night, I came home kind of drunk. I got an Uber. I came home kind of drunk. Not so drunk you'd notice, but drunk enough to snore. This is my big tell. If we're ever dating, if I'm snoring, I was probably drinking. But, it's the desert. You're snoring. You're a little dehydrated going into it. I woke up with my tonsils swollen like a bullfrog. My uvula was hanging on my tongue. I was like gagging on it. Like, it was awful. So that was day one. Bullfrog. Like, you remember Kung Fu Hustle? Yeah. Okay. So that's Friday morning. So all day Friday is just total misery. Couldn't sleep. By Friday night, like, the fever had started. So I couldn't sleep. I'm sweating, tossing and turning all night. Saturday is two nights without sleep. I am a wreck on a wreck. I cannot stand in the shower. I'm serious. Like, I did not trust myself to stand in the shower. So I just sat here at my desk like this until I was like till the lightheadedness had gone down enough that I could just like go back to bed. All day in bed. No sleep. I had to cancel game night and everything. So then Saturday, barely slept. I don't remember Sunday. It's just blur, blank, nothing. I don't remember anything. I think Monday was the first time I had gotten, like, Mondays, I think was the first time I had actually gotten some sleep. Monday, Tuesday was like decent sleep. Wednesday, Thursday, I could start eating again. But man, the whole time, just cold sweats, lightheaded, hacking and wheezing. Just no sleep. It was miserable. The only thing that brought me any joy that sounds awful. That sounds terrible. No. Not like that. Not like that. But, I mean, what do you want me to do, guys? I was out of mana. brought me some delusional fever dream chuckles. Just all that craziness. What a week. The week that I'm like confined to bed with cold sweats and a fever. Elon's rocket explodes in orbit. The world turns on Thor like that. Um, God. David Lynch died. I know I'm missing something. Oh yeah, and Shkreli blew out his account. Like, isn't he broke today? Like, if IonQ doesn't go down significantly today, isn't he going to get margin called? Last I checked, he was down 4 million of the five that he had. So he had a net lick of 1.1 left and a maintenance margin of yesterday when the stream ended. I think he had 400K excess liquidity. So he had like a 600, 700K maintenance margin. Yeah, Shkreli doubled down and doubled down again on the IonQ short, and it just keeps going up. It's just tearing his goddamn face off. He's dumping all of his bags for Rigotti and all the other whatever. I don't follow his trading that meticulously, but it has been something to follow in between the waves of OnlyFans drama. But yeah, Shkreli's down big time. IonQ. IONQ. It's a quantum computing company. It's absolutely dog shit. It's worthless. But every time there's another wave of quantum headlines, it just pops, it pops, it pops, it pops. It's reflexivity. The market, like people coming into the market, look at it and say, oh, he didn't 10x his account with Sava. We don't know how the Sava trade played out because he stopped showing the screen the Tuesday before all those hedges expired on Friday, and the actual move happened the following Monday. So for all we know, he heavily lightened up his position before it went through. Now, I don't know. I am basing this on screenshots where the trade that he had set up should have made him $4 million. He had $2 million in the account. The following week, I saw that account. It had less than $2 million in it. So, what happened? I was even speculating with somebody else, like maybe he has two accounts. And they're like, no, because he still has this position, and this position. Anyhow, so yeah, I don't know exactly how the Sava trade played out, but I'm pretty sure it did not go perfectly. That said, it was still very impressive. I remember looking at like, holy fuck, it's down 90%. He was fucking right. Everybody was very impressed by that. I remember thinking, holy fuck, he's back. Anyhow, what a crazy week. I just laying in bed, fever dreams, watching my ops take themselves out. Remember that scene in Scarface? It's very subtle. Most people don't remember it. It's where he catches Gina in the bathroom with the guy, right? Right before that happens, Tony's showing up to the club with his boy Manny. He's got his crew behind him. Manny's walking him through the door. Like, Tony, all your enemies are gone. The club is yours. That's kind of what it felt like walking into Twitch this morning. Where the fuck is everybody? Shkreli's not at his table? Thor's not at his table? Where is everybody? What I missed? Where's Elon? Club's fucking empty tonight, man. Oh, these people don't even know I exist. I just thought it was funny because these are like all the people that we regularly talk about on stream. And it's just like every single one of these people just imploded this week. It's so amazing. Shorting is extremely hard. That's you probably saw that Hindenburg research shut down. I like Hindenburg. Some of you know I like Hindenburg for very personal reasons. Where, they were able to say something that I had always suspected, but could never say for certain about a certain bank. But yeah, it kind of broke my heart to see that another short selling fund is closing its doors. It's very, very hard to convince people to invest in a short selling fund, which is why Hindenburg towards the end was really just like one man's money. It's what's called a family office. And they were saying, oh, we're a research firm. So we do research. So we're not a hedge fund. So they put in recommendations to short things, right? So I'm the man running the show. I have the money. I will pay this research firm to do this research for me. They'll bring me back a report that says, oh yeah, we recommend shorting this stock. I, money man, short the stock. Then I release the report that I paid for, because it's all publicly available information. None of it's insider information, right? Or shouldn't be. And bam. If the information is valid, the market should pick up on it, price it into the stock, and my short should be profitable. But it's not so simple. Imagine you can prove a bank is committing a fraud. Let's say this is completely hypothetical and has absolutely nothing to do with anywhere that I might have worked once. Because it has nothing to do with anywhere I might have worked once. They sent me a nice letter in the mail the other day to my mom's house to remind me to shut my fucking mouth. Anyhow, let's say hypothetically, you discover through research into publicly available information that a particular bank is running a fraud scheme. And this fraud scheme is making quite a lot of money for the bank. But it's very illegal. Maybe members of the Gambino crime family are involved. Maybe there's money laundering involved. It's not clear, not certain. But this is definitely something illegal. But hey, it's making the bank money. That's why they're doing it, right? So if I run out and publish my report that says, hey, I found out this bank is doing some fraudulent shit, and the market looks at my report and goes, this is very interesting. So they're committing a fraud, yes, but they're making tremendous amounts of money doing so. Oh, yes. And this is a publicly traded stock? Uh-huh. So you're telling me they're actually making more money than we thought they were? Stock goes up, because it's not about doing something illegal. It's about, are there going to be consequences for doing the illegal thing? In one hypothetical case that totally didn't happen ever, there was a totally not Hindenburg research, short-selling research fund that didn't put out a report on a particular bank that said, hey, they're doing some highly illegal shit, but it's making a lot of money. And when it became clear that no enforcement mechanism was going to kick in to punish them for this, the stock just shot through the roof. Because it's like, yeah, you just pointed out that they're getting away with it. And they will continue to get away with it. It's really frustrating, because you could point to the crime and say, hey, federal government, who gives out lending licenses, here's the shit. And they just do nothing. They just do nothing. They don't have to prosecute it. If it's not a priority to do so, If there's not a bunch of defrauded little old ladies, no one cares. So no one gets arrested, and no one goes to jail, and there's no crackdown, and maybe 5 years from now some piece of legislation will get passed, but like, they basically legalized fraud. Anyhow, so that's why it's very, very frustrating to be a short seller, because even though you're right, the market might have a counterintuitive reaction. IonQ. Martin Shkreli is absolutely right. IonQ is worthless. The stock, and everybody knows it's worthless. It's not a secret that it's worthless. Everybody knows for a fact that Martin is right. But the stock goes up. Why does the stock go up? The stock goes up because it went up. Because it's reflexivity. Because if a week ago I ran a back test for which stocks pop the most when a favorable quantum headline hits the wire, the outlier with the greatest elasticity response would be IonQ. So my algorithm, with the learning machine we've created here on stream, would determine that when I see a quantum headline, I need to buy IonQ for 5 minutes. And it creates this reflexivity feedback loop. It's not going up because it's good for the company. It's going up because people are buying it. Because it went up last time some quantum headline came out, because it happened the time before that. All because at some point there was a quantum headline and some algorithm or some person quickly put together all of the quantum stocks that they could and bought them, and like created the first blip in the domino chain that led to this like feedback loop of quantum makes IonQ pop. Until eventually that breaks. What will break that? Who knows? Jensen Huang saying, "Oh, I know IonQ, it's total dog shit." And then it's dead forever. Yeah, that's going to have to weaken. The hype cycle has to weaken. So, you guys saw The Big Short. He's not wrong. It's just early. There's no difference, Michael. There's no difference. Path-dependent feedback loop. Yep. Well, when the hype cycle breaks, it's going to break all at once. I mean, it's going to crash. It is a bubble. So now you need a catalyst. Now you need, if you're Martin Shkreli, if you're Schmartin Melly, and you want to short a hype cycle, you need some sort of a catalyst. And you need to be ready to be wrong. A lot. And he knows this. He knows this. Martin knows how to manage risk. He knows how to size positions. He knows how to build a diversified portfolio of uncorrelated trades. So class, what did he do wrong? He knew how to do it right. So what did he do wrong? That's right, he got emotional. Got emotional about it. He talked about it at length. Like I said, I was sick in bed, so I got more Martin Shkreli than I've gotten in a while. He was he was taking it personally. He was like, I know I'm right on this. I am absolutely correct. I am not in the wrong here. And, he doubled down, quadrupled down, and now I'm not even sure who we're talking about. And then he octupled down. And then you wake up one day and you're getting a margin call because it went up another 50% overnight. And wow, just it's like having your face peeled off. It's like waking up to your girlfriend having just finished removing your penis. And there's just a moment of shock where you're looking down, and where once was your manhood, it now says negative $4 million. It's plus 5 yesterday. It's not a good trader. Hey man, I watched him scalp up 200 grand just on a whim yesterday, just to raise some excess liquidity. It's amazing how easy that is to do. You're just like, fuck it, I'm 4 million in the hole. Let's scalp it up. This is I think Martin would probably agree with me on this. This is a pattern that Martin has had his entire investment career. I don't even think he's ashamed of it. He will make these silly all-in bets, and they will blow up in his face. That's what happened to MSNB Capital. That was sort of the inciting incident for all of the stock fraud. Was he got blown out by, as far as I understand, one bad trade. But it was one big trade. But that's his style, He finds an investment that he likes, and when he likes it, he cannot get enough of it. And there are other people who trade like that and very successfully. But, that's sort of why you don't see me out there doing analyst-type plays. I'm not that good with a spreadsheet, And even if you are, doesn't make you right. The market is always right. That's sort of the thing. You have to get ahead of the market. And you've seen them do it once or twice. Now imagine if you did that 4 times in a row. You'd feel pretty comfortable going big on the 5th one, right? Right? It's like a rain dance. It worked the last 4 times. Yeah. There's other people who play like that too. Stanley Druckenmiller famously learned it from George Soros. Yes, that one. But hold on now. Don't go. Hold on. Soros, before he was that, he was something else. He was a legend in the Wall Street world. He was the guy who famously coined the phrase, when you find a trade that you like, you literally cannot get enough of it. And he kind of had one big, all-in, ridiculously leveraged trade that made him the ridiculously wealthy man that he is today. That's why they say he's the man who broke the Bank of England. Wasn't he just an insider trader? No, George Soros' famous big trade was basically that the Germans would never allow inflation to get as bad as it was before World War II. Something like that. He was making a bet that Germany would crack down hard on inflation. And they did. And because he was betting one currency against another, currencies don't move a whole lot. Those interest rates are very minute. So you have to make very, 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 very highly leveraged trades to get meaningful returns. And I think in that trade, it was 2 or 300% of the fund was on this one trade. Insider dealing. Like fine. It's like it's like a $5. It's not even a speeding ticket. $2.2 million. That's dude. His lawyers charge more than that just to fucking pick up the phone. That they didn't even fight this. They were like $2 million. Are you serious? Can we cut you a check? Sorry, I don't mean to shriek hysterically. It's something that I inherited from my mother. It's why I don't make fun of Kamala Harris's laugh or Tucker's, because I have it too. Yeah, dude, $2 million to George Soros, like he doesn't give a shit. He's dead, by the way. Like he's not there anymore. Like he's gone. He left a couple years ago. He's like, he's basically Joe Biden up there, man. It's his son running the show. And guess who his son is married to? Now, when I say Hillary's ex-girlfriend, who pops into mind? Huma Abedin, ex-wife of Anthony Weiner. Yeah, that one. So yeah, Alex Soros and Huma Abedin are married. After Huma divorced Anthony Weiner, after the Hillary laptop thing blew over. They had to stay married through that because husband and wife can't be compelled to testify against each other. Why do you think the Clintons never divorced? Mutually assured destruction. But yeah, but apparently, I don't know this totally for a fact, but based on what I saw on Twitter like a couple of months ago, like isn't Alex Soros and like Elon, aren't they like friends now? Aren't they touching wieners at Mar-a-Lago? This is just wild speculation. But I saw everything. I worked at Mar-a-Lago for 7 years. A lot of people don't know that about me. Oh, God, shut up, Algo. Shut up. Don't get added to his list. He's got a list. He's checking it twice. Yeah. I worked at Mar-a-Lago for 7 years, My dad, Elon, got me the job. Sorry. I'm sorry. I really am. One day that's gonna happen to me. I could feel it. I could feel it. All right. So, thank you everybody for putting up with me being punchy and non sequitur. This is a test run stream. I still probably have a fever. I've had cold sweat the entire stream. And I am so lightheaded, I don't even know what I'm saying. So let's just keep showing. All right, so we did some upgrades before I kind of lost touch with reality. So now most of the complexity of our trading strategy search engine is in a handful of SQL statements, which is really cool. And they execute really quickly. So now the slow part is that, doing the actual annotation searches and tactical simulations. And for the most part, those can be parallelized, which is pretty cool. So that'll find itself onto our agenda. And I think that's mostly what we're going to be doing, is just kind of getting reoriented, figuring out where we left off. How do you raise cap? Very carefully. Very carefully. To raise cap, you need a track record. To get a track record, you need to have your own capital. It's catch 22. Get a job. Get a job. If you have the technical proficiency or industry knowledge necessary to build a track record, then you should have the skill stack to demand a pretty generous income. And so just go get a job. When I needed money for this, I went and got a job. And I put 130 grand in the bank, and then I started working on this full time. And now I'm down to about 75. I need to go get a job. So that's why I might be getting a job this year, because I need to go raise some more capital. Why does Jane Street use OCaml? Because they're a bunch of smarty pants. I don't know that they do. Do they? I applied at Jane Street once. They wouldn't even talk to me, man. Goldman Sachs would talk to me. Morgan Stanley would talk to me. JP Morgan would talk to me. Millennium would talk to me as many times as I wanted to talk to them. Jane Street, they didn't give me a fuck you letter. They wouldn't even give me a you're not good enough for us letter. They only want those grad students fresh out of MIT. You get denied within 3 hours. I got a random denial from HSBC Bank, which I've never applied to in my life. Just got it last week. Thank you for applying. Like, I didn't. But okay. Maybe there's somebody out there pretending to be me. Whatever. Good luck, dude. Did I install TikTok? Maybe. Oh yeah, isn't no, that's on the 19th. About to say. Just in case. Hey, whatever, guys. It was probably a recruiter, if I had to guess. Sometimes recruiters will, like, if they know that you're viable, like, for whatever reason, they'll apply you for stuff before they even reach out to you. I've seen that before. It was pretty gross. I had a recruiter put me in for a job at the Millennium Commodities Trading Desk in Miami. I think it was. They probably have a lot more than one. Anyhow, and the people at Millennium said, we don't want to talk to Algo Bro because we've already tried to interview him for this position twice, and he turned us down both times. And I was like, the fuck I have. The fuck I have. And as it turns out, some other guy who I had talked to one time on the phone was applying me and like a dozen other people who he doesn't represent to like every job as a way of like shotgunning high quality candidates in the hopes that they pick the one or two or three that he embedded in there. So like he represents like 3 of these 12 people. And then he'll put in like the 12 applications or the 12 profiles, right? In the hopes that they're going to pick one of his 3. And if they pick one of the other ones, he'll just say, they don't want to do the interview. And move on. Pretty gross, right? At least that's the best I could figure he was doing. So, yeah, stuff like that happens. I guess. I don't know. All right. Let's see. As of now, we're not cleaning up abandoned subscription masters in the live market data source manager when they're dropped by all subscribers. Yeah, LinkedIn lunatic, yeah. I think it probably gets really greasy when you're trying to break into the recruiting and staffing game. You know. And since everything's work from home now, like you could just invent people out of whole cloth. I briefly thought, gosh, would it be easy or difficult to get a bunch of like thick foreign accent voice synthesizers up and running, and just have each one be like the face of an LLM, and just see if I can get them jobs. Just whatever a $20, $30 an hour contractor position at whatever. It's like, would it be that difficult to just take the task, drop it into the LLM, go commit and push it, like, and work 4 or 5 jobs at a time? Just a thought. I kind of got the thought when one of the contractors I was working with at my last job revealed to me after I was fired that he was working multiple jobs at the same time. He was one of our contractors in Mexico. He was working for us. He was also working for like 2 or 3 other kind of part-time coding jobs. And most of it was just going straight into GPT at the time, which was the hot new thing. 3.5 had just dropped. Yeah, he was a pretty smart guy. I remember video conferencing with him the day I left because he was like, "Oh, I want to come on camera and say goodbye." And dude, he had such a nice apartment. Who I thought he was like this young kind of pipsqueak guy. I'd only ever heard his voice. Just some Mexican guy seemed cool to me, right? He went on camera. He was this ridiculously good-looking, like young, fit, healthy-looking dude. Of amazing looking apartment behind him. Like lots of natural light. It's like, yeah, I just got my girlfriend pregnant, and I think we're gonna buy a house. It's like, good for you, guy. Good for you. I should go look him up. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's the fever. All right. American Dream, that's right. Yeah, I joked with him about coming to America. He had no interest. He's like, dude, I'm doing fine. Mexico ain't that bad if you got a little money. All right, so yeah, we're not cleaning up our subscriptions in the live market data source manager. So like if a strategy component comes in, subscribes to something, listens to it for a minute to conduct a trade, and then terminates the subscription, the original master subscription is still active. If anything else comes along and subscribes, it'll piggyback onto it. But it needs to clean it up when it's done with it. So, okay, that's one thing. Just trying to get reoriented here. This is a big boy. This is going to be an off-stream upgrade. This one's just too big, too important. Let's see. Yeah, flight data recorder needs a better partitioning strategy. Ooh, cold sweat. Candle aggregation super query must filter more trade conditions. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me make a note of this. I've got some addendums for this. So chat, what'd you do all week? Oh, please tell me IonQ doubles again. Just come on. Just Just blow it out. Come on, I want it. Oh, I don't wish ill on anyone. I really don't, but sometimes. Sometimes. All right. Here's why I'm saying such a horrible thing about a fellow player of a game that I love. I don't wish failure on anyone unless they have it coming. Listen, gang, let's just cut the bullshit. That the money that Martin's trading with is probably money that he stole doing rug pulls. Probably. So the fact that he's about to blow out the account or make a shit ton of money, I don't know. I can't help but sit here and think, gosh, if I was an assistant DA or a prosecutor, the Southern District of New York or whatever, if I really wanted to bust this guy for violating his probation or whatever, I'd wait until he blew all the money. Right? Because then you can't afford a defense, right? I mean, I don't know his personal financial situation, but if that's his net worth and he blows it all in a trade and it's ill-gotten gains from a fraud scheme, that would kind of be the perfect time to hit him. Especially if it's like a victimless crime, the way, I don't want to say a victimless crime, but if the only victims of your crime are completely unsympathetic gambling junkies and not sweet little old ladies that lost their life savings, it's hard to put on that kind of case because just no one cares. Like, you know, you get a bunch of crypto heads in front of a grand jury, like, you know, no one cares, right? And if they do care, it's just not a very righteous case if you have to actually fight it in the court, right? If he can bob and weave and dodge on technicalities and this, that, and the other thing, and have the nice high-profile lawyer get him out of it again, it's a giant waste of everyone's time and money, right? So why bother? But if he just went broke, you could probably railroad him into a plea deal pretty quickly. Just a thought. So it's not that I want a traitor to lose, because I don't root for that. I want justice to be done. Now, maybe I'm wrong about the source of those funds. I can only speculate. I don't know where his money comes from. I know he was very closely associated with several rug pulls, and suddenly he has a few $1 million in his account. These things seem to be at a nexus point in time. You know, that's the only conclusion I can draw. If this ever finds its way into a courtroom, we'll find out. I don't like cheaters, and I don't like the idea of rug pulling and crypto fraud schemes now being tacitly legal. And I don't want that to be admired as a valid way to step up the ladder. Oh, well, first I'll just pull a fraud to raise some seed capital for my hedge fund, right? Like, that's... Nah. I don't want to see somebody successfully do that. You know what I mean? If I'm trying to find the words here. I don't wish failure on people, but I don't want to see somebody successfully get rich through fraud, or have fraud be the first step in building their empire, right? Yeah, I guess. Justice is just a concept, I guess. I mean, they say a fool and his money were lucky to meet in the first place, right? But I don't know. I don't like the idea of, hey, I made this money doing a rug pull, and then I flipped a brick into an empire. It's like, dude. It's like blood money. You know what I mean? It's like blood money. It's just it ain't right. That's not like a dividend that you got as a shareholder of a casino. That's you misrepresented something. You pulled the wool over people's eyes. You ran a fraud scheme. Ugh. Just ugh. You know? If I was comfortable doing that, I'd feel differently, I guess. Maybe I feel like that's not fair. His psychopathy gives him an unfair advantage over me in this game that we both play. So, no, there should be a rule against that kind of psychopathy. But I guess that's what it takes to be successful. I don't want to say on Wall Street because I'm trying to fight against that image of the ruthless, cutthroat, scumbag hedge fund manager. But god damn it. Maybe that's just because I'm not capable of that. Is that it? Is that why I want to? Just looking into my own psychology, is that why I scream and rant about the cheaters and the immorals? Because I am angry that I'm just not capable of that kind of ruthlessness? Maybe. It's okay, he was hacked. So was he hacked with drug-like, or was he hacked with DJT? Or was he hacked with Godel coin? Or because he's been affiliated or associated or behind or responsible for, what, 3, 4, 5 rug pulls at this point? One of which he very sincerely attempted to do anonymously? So how many, maybe he's successfully done one anonymously. He almost got through DJT without anybody figuring out it was him. It's just a thought. Maybe that's it. I'm just pissed that I can't do it because my moral compass won't let me. And gosh, wouldn't it be so easy if I could just go out there and steal a few million and let that be the seed of my hedge fund, What does Wu-Tang think about this? Martin's trying to get the case dropped. I don't know how I feel about that. Like the Pleaser DAO. So, okay, Pleaser DAO bought the Wu-Tang album. Now, buying the possession of the Wu-Tang album should be the one and only. It comes with the piece of art. It says don't copy it, right? Martin signed legal papers that it wouldn't be copied or released or whatever. But the legal papers were with the original seller. I believe it's the only one that has standing here. So if the FBI seizes Martin's record, sells it to Pleaser DAO, and now Pleaser DAO says Martin broke his contract with another party, I don't think Pleaser DAO has standing here. I just don't. So I'm kind of with Martin on like the case should probably be dismissed. He didn't break like the law. He broke like a contract. So if the person on the broken end of the contract wants to have standing and do some suing, okay, maybe. Anyhow, Martin made copies of the album, so that's what they're pissed about. It degrades the quality of the original if there are copies. It'd be the query service. No, it would be the query service. His explanation for how he got hacked was so, dude. The, listen, bro. You had to manage him, okay? You had to goddamn manage him. When Martin says, I was hacked, listen, fuckhead. You had to goddamn manage him, okay? We just don't believe you, all right? Like, it's not even about the money. It's about we just don't fucking believe you. And people still worship him. That's what really just, what is he famous for? Fraud. It's like the people who go to Jordan Belfort asking for stock tips. Jordan Belfort went to prison for pushing bad stock tips. It's money. It's money. It's success. It's people worship that. They don't understand how it was gotten. They don't even know if it's real. They just see the car or the dollar signs. They see the fucking the real estate. They see the gold trim. What's that old saying about the fucking the Yankees? Because they're always staring at the pinstripes. How does that go? Why do the Yankees always win? Something about staring at the pinstripes, right? I forgot how the quote goes. Give me the quote. Because the opposing teams are distracted by their pinstripe uniforms. Yeah, that's something like that. The Yankees always win because the other team's staring at the pinstripes, right? It's that. It's that. Yeah, I wonder if the United Healthcare CEO assassination sent a shiver down Martin's spine. I wonder if he's even, like, I didn't even put it together until you said something. I wonder if he's even put it together. If the timing had been a little bit different, that could have been him. Not too long ago, he was Mr. Fuck, he was Pharma Boy. I don't want to call him that. That's a derogatory name. He was Pharma Bro. Like, he was the guy. If you were mad about overpriced drugs, he was the face. Valorant, whatever, was a much more atrocious offender than Martin ever was. But still, Martin was the face of overpriced drugs. Man, I didn't put that together. But yeah, if Luigi had happened then, Luigi would have gone after Martin. Because it just makes sense, right? God. I wonder if he's put that together. I wonder how he feels about that, honestly. Do you think he feels anything at all? Like, he just kind of shrugs it off. I know what he'd say. He'd quote 50 Cent or something. He'd be like, you're nobody till somebody shoots you, you know? That'd be a Martin thing to say. What's up, Eagle Beagle? Yeah, that's an interesting observation there, Chocolate. I didn't put that together, man. Yeah, that's kind of scary. Wish death upon me. Yeah, he would just start playing that, yeah. I mean, he's a chucklehead, but I mean, he's a funny chucklehead. You can't help but smile at the guy. I just wish he would stop cutting his facial hair with a pair of scissors. Can somebody get me an address so I can just mail him a goddamn Norelco? Like, here, dude, a nice, I'll pay for it. A nice $200 Norelco, just, yeah, just get that in there. Done. Doing this like, you're not in prison, Martin. Look, dude, you're not in prison anymore. uh, this just. Does anybody else notice this? Yeah, I haven't shaved in over a week, man. I've been sick as a dog. The high tower, you missed it, man. I have cold sweats and a fever right now. That's why I'm literally rambling nonsense. I have fever delusions. I'm not liable for anything that I'm saying. This is all the flu talking. I have literally been sicker than I've ever been in my whole life this past week. With two exceptions. Like when I had altitude sickness in Denver and couldn't feel my arms, couldn't feel my legs, I was for sure that I was going to die. And when I was 8 or 9 years old, I had a 105-degree fever, and my family was pretty sure I was going to die. They put me in a bathtub full of ice. Those are the only two times in my life I've been sicker than I have been this week. Oh my God, it sucked. And I'm still... I just wanted to stream something. I miss you guys. I was getting so miserable just laying around. Yeah, I did. I actually did lay in bed. I didn't listen to audiobooks. I listened to Michael Sergione or whatever his name's philosophy lectures, which I love. I could listen to that man talk about Nietzsche all day. And yeah, and then I followed the OnlyFans drama. But yeah, man, I have had it is a death-like flu. On Sunday, I left the front door unlocked because I was pretty sure I might have to call an ambulance at some point. Like, it was getting really scary. And the whole time, I'm just staring at this like, you just sons of bitches. Just fucking give it to me. Do you have any idea what I'm suffering through right now? Just fucking give it to me. I've shook Dan Clancy's hand. I've been in the partner's lounge. I drank your partner's coffee. Give it to me. Sorry. I hate to go all pirate software. No, Dan Clancy's the CEO. Yeah. No, that's Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy. My mom loves Tom Clancy novels. I have a hard copy of The Hunt for Red October, first edition. Got it out of no, wait, hold on. It's not a first edition. It's an official Navy commemorative something. It's got a U.S. Navy stamp in it. But yeah, I like those two. Hunt for Red October is my absolute favorite. If I'm ever just like, I need to burn 2 hours on an airplane or something, I'll read that. I love that fucking book. Oh, dude, remember how cool Splinter Cell was? Dude, Splinter Cell 1 was such an awesome game. Dude, I still have fond memories of that game. That was a badass game. Yeah, Zank, I've been flat out of mana all week, man. Just completely out of mana. But I didn't miss a moment. I mean, for real, I was monitoring the fallout. I was laying in bed with my little tablet, Just YouTube video after YouTube video, and I just lay there and listen to it. Try not to die. Um, oh, I had an interesting kind of accidental discovery. I wanted to watch a movie, but I couldn't like focus. Like my eyes just it wasn't happening. So I put on the commentary track for Alien, and I just listened to Ridley Scott as I because you've got it memorized. You've seen the movie enough times. I just laid there and watched it in my head while Ridley Scott like narrated it for me. It was great. I kind of liked it. That might be a thing I do next time I'm sick. Oh man. So my mom says, I don't know if this is true. This is not an I worked at Blizzard story, but family lore. According to my mother, her and my father were watching their VHS copy of Alien. And right at the chestburster scene, my mom went into labor with me. That's the family lore. I don't know if this is true. I think it's probably not true. My parents are huge sci-fi nerds, so it might be true. There might be some variant of this that is true. Um, but yeah, I've always felt this really weird connection with the movie because, like, from age 4, my mom told me that. I'm pretty sure she told me that like the first time I watched it. So I was a pretty alien. I don't know. I just like the movie. There's something so just vibey and atmospheric about the first half of it because nothing happens for 45 minutes, right? Until they get what Lambert back onto the ship with the face hugger. Even then, 10-15 minutes go by. Nothing really happens. Oh yeah, Lambert's the captain. Nothing really happens until Lambert goes searching for the thing in the air ducts, and that's when the whole story turns. So that first hour, you can just vibe. You can just vibe with it, man. Such a classic, just space truckers, you know? Sorry, I'm rambling again. Fever delusions. It's good to be talking, though, you know, just kind of getting my windage back. Not feeling super gassed. When I was laughing hysterically at various things that were happening on the internet earlier this week, I would literally laugh to the point where I couldn't breathe because just too lightheaded, and I'd have to just like close my eyes and be like, just don't think about it, just don't think about it, just don't think about it. Oh, the Elephant Man. Oh, dude, I've never seen that. That's one of those ones that just scared the shit out of me when I heard about it as a child, like from the trailer or something, and I just never saw it. The irony, I know, is that it's about a guy who's there's a human under there. I get it. Yeah. Maybe I should go see it. I had something similar, high tower, low power. I went and watched the most popular movie the month I was born. I looked up who was the Playmate of the month I was born, which incidentally, uh, what was it? Under Siege 2, the one on the ship. You've probably seen the gif of the blonde in the captain's uniform doing the little number, right? With the that was Playmate of the month, July '89. Blonde. Isn't it fitting? I thought so. Anyhow, later C plus. But yeah, if you want to know a good gift to get a buddy for their birthday, is go on eBay and get the Playboy magazine from the month of their birth. You can find it for like $5. Just put it in a little sleeve, send it to them. The Greek philosopher who died laughing at his own joke. What a way to go. Who was the one who was a very rich man and inexplicably took a vow of poverty and went to live in the forests naked? Which one was that? It was like Saint Anthony or something. Hold on. Which Christian saints took a vow of poverty and nudity? Saint Francis. I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of, but maybe. Elon? Yeah. No, it's not the one I'm thinking of. Um, okay, all right. Which saint was the one that coined the phrase uh oh gosh. Give me chastity and give me piety, but do not give it yet. Something like that. Oh yes, give me Saint Augustine, give me chastity and give me constancy, but please do not give it yet. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like the ancient sense of humor. Something about it still clicks. You could tell that joke 1,000 years ago. You could tell it 1,000 years from now. It'll still be funny. Oh God, I need to shave. This is terrible. Terrible. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, which way I need to convert this to an issue. That's gonna be. It's not our data lake. It's not our REST API. It's the Polygon Market data source. Pretty sure. Later, hi. Yeah, I'm still just punchy as hell, man. Hey, thanks, Ice Leo. Hey, we got live trading up and running by New Year, which was the big agenda item. We wanted live trading up and running by the new year. We got that going. We've already done one major upgrade to the discovery algorithm, and we've started manufacturing components, which is good. And that is when I got the wind knocked out of me last Thursday. We just finished up, or we're getting finished up with our strategy search engine upgrades. So now it's much faster. There's no redundancies, or there's no redundant discoveries. The actual details page is broken because I've changed some of the data formats around. And it needs to be updated anyway because we were doing some pretty misleading charting here. And I wanted to get ahead of that before anybody tries to call me out on it. We shouldn't be doing progressive P&L on the trading history. We should be doing Monte Carlo analysis with the trading history to create like an envelope of variance of expected outcome, of ranges of expected outcomes if we randomize this sampling of the trades, right? Sort of saying, regardless of what order these trades came in, if they had this statistical property as a whole, like these are the possible paths it could take. It's called a Monte Carlo test. So yeah, instead of P&L, it should be Monte Carlo envelope. It should be a distribution chart of returns. And yeah, we should have drawdowns for the Monte Carlo as well. But that'll basically be captured in the same chart anyway. So that's the general thinking. Is that this was all perfect for a naive approach. We've got slightly more sophisticated data, so I would like that to reflect those statistical properties a little better. And we've already got most of that documented up here. We already added the ability to remove strategy components, which was like a really big one. I'm really glad we did that. With the paper trading, does it look like it's working? Yeah, the systems seem to work. The systems seem to work. We don't have any exciting strategies yet. We've only come up with a handful of strategy components so far, and they're not really complementary. What I've been desperately wanting to do all week that I've been sick. Oh god, here comes another cold sweat. I fucking hate that shit. Just anyhow, what I've been wanting to do all week, but have lacked the focus to do so, and hopefully we'll find it this weekend, is to brainstorm a list of components that should be complementary to each other, to what we're trying to do, and not just low-hanging fruit or ideas that would be easy to code. Same thing. But like, oh, these components should add up to some good scalping strategies. And then we go make those components. And nothing else. Like, that's where I want the work to be for the rest of the month. That, I think, will help us get something exciting to trade by the end of the month, assuming that the world does not end on Monday, which it might. If you think that this week was unhinged, 3 more days, motherfucker. 3 more days. And then we go kick this motherfucking show off. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump. It's going to happen. But no, it's assuming that Washington, D.C. doesn't fucking blow up. Hopefully, everything's cool there. Assuming that nothing happens, I would like to focus the rest of the month on developing some strategies worth trading, so that next month, leading into Valentine's Day, we will be coming up with more strategies that are worth trading. And by Valentine's Day, because that was the original goal for the year, is, by Valentine's Day, I want to have something worth trading. Even if it's not super profitable, even if it's not ready for real money, I just want to have something exciting happening on the screen. Yeah. Is Hulk Hogan going to be at the inauguration? I heard that Zuckerberg and Bezos and Elon are all invited. And if I was Donald Trump, I'd be like, you 3 sit right next to me. All y'all, I want Hillary and Obama and Bush and Clinton within a you know what I'm saying. Line them all up right behind me. Everybody in a line right behind me while I give this speech. You know what I'm saying. I want everybody close. Real fucking close. As a nice insurance policy. So if anything goes boom boom, bye-bye NASDAQ. Bye-bye every ex-president all at once. Everything must go. That's why I'm kind of scared. Because you've seen these, let's not speculate too much, but you've seen these Anduril attack drones. Good God, those things are scary. They're flying claymores with onboard AI navigation. Like, no jammer can stop it. So, if that's what I'm scenarioing, I want everybody important in a 5-foot radius around me the whole time. So if something happens, no more Zuckerberg, no more Elon, no more Bezos, all right? Something. Yeah, no, I went deep diving into the Jersey drone thing. Nothing. There was a headline going around yesterday that all DJI drones can now fly in restricted airspace. Is that true? I don't know if that's true, but I saw a thing on Twitter yesterday where somebody was freaking out that DJI dropped some safety thing 4 days before the inauguration. Like, what? Probably not true. You know how these things spread. Anyhow, so, okay. If everything goes smoothly on the 20th and we don't all have our lives disrupted by whatever the fuck, I would like to focus 100% of myself and this stream on developing high-quality strategy components that will complement the discovery, that will enable the discovery of good scalping strategies that are worth deploying. We need to know, does this learning paradigm hold water? Can this actually discover profitable strategies? If you look at the F1 scores, they're all roughly 50-50. That means that there is no information value, no edge, okay? So when we find a strategy that's got an F score like greater than 0.6 and like a P factor greater than 1 or 1.1, we've got something. It's that simple. If we can find a few good things, then we know that this learning machine works. We know that the paradigm is good and it can capture alpha. We don't know that yet. It works on the napkin, but so does communism. Works great on the napkin. Not so much in real life, A lot of little variables that you're not accounting for on the napkin. But that is my objective, is from here to Valentine's Day, I want to find some good strategies. And if we can do that, then that's it. We've won. We've won. The paradigm's good. All we got to do is flush it out for real money, and that's just a matter of making the system robust enough that we feel comfortable with it. And that could be done quickly, pretty quickly. If it's not a great strategy, how fast will it lose money? That depends on the variance, right? Put some change in the account. We have $75,000 in the account. We have money in the account. We could push the button and trade with it right now. But we're not going to do that because it's my money that I need to pay the rent. That's the bankroll for the hedge fund here. And that's why Algo is like, if we don't have something solid by Valentine's Day, I got to go get a job because, we need more money. I figured I would go get a gerb, hunker down, maybe stream 3 times a week instead of 5 times a week. Hold it down for 3 to 6 months and then go back to full-time trading. That'd be great. This is not software and development. Yeah, sorry, dude. I am recovering from the worst flu of my life. But here's some code if it makes you feel better. We are running the latest version of our strategy discovery engine. So that's what you're seeing here. But yeah, sorry, dude. I'm recovering from the worst flu of my life. I'm not writing any code today. I mostly just kind of came to hang out and catch everybody up on what's been happening, to see if I could make some dent in this motherfucker. Just you rotten sons of bitches, you motherfuckers. Just how could you fucking do this to me? I did everything correct. I did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm sorry. Just every time I just see that fucking face in my head, I just start laughing. It reminds me of my brother who gets like that constantly. It's like he's doing an impression of my brother. Like, I'm not kidding. That's why it's so funny to me. It's because it's like he's doing an impression of my older brother. Uh, okay. All right. Yeah, yeah. So this is if I get 75, I qualify for partner. All of this locks into place, and this turns into a button that says apply for partner. There is no way that this is a real number, because if I go over here, my average is 80. And even though this says raids or whatever don't count, they do now. They do now. There has been a patch note in the last couple of days that says, yes, raids count now. So, bullshit. If it's ever unlocked, it stays unlocked. So that's the thing. That's why it's so just, you sons of bitches. That's why they don't unlock it easily. Because once it's unlocked, it stays unlocked. I can apply today. If they say no, the button is still unlocked. But I can only apply like once a month. So God, I was really hoping, and all the math I did on the napkin said that before the week is up, I should be over the line with a generous buffer. And it capped out at 74.75, and today it rolled down to 74. Ah, just dying here, man. Just fucking dying, man. Anyhow. How are you? It's just good to be back. Back in the chair, which was hard enough for the last week. Able to have some coffee. That's a nice change of pace. I tried having coffee on Monday. I thought I was gonna die. Oh. Back to game dev. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna be excited to be actually writing code on stream tomorrow. Juicy keywords. Click fast, huge drama. OMG. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not worried about it. I figure today is going to very seriously underperform, and that's okay. You know, I'm looking at the numbers here, and I'm thinking, hey, we're trending in the right direction. We're trending in the right direction. Eek. Whatever. My numbers are awful. I just don't care anymore. The thing is, gang, partner just doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't. You know how I know this? Every partner has told me that. They all told me that as they were going into the partners lounge. So you know what, Algo? Partner doesn't mean anything. We'll all be in the partners lounge, though. Catch you later. No, I heard this last year that there were over 10,000 people at the partners lounge, at the partners party at Twitch, which is like more people than show up for the block party. So there's 50,000 Twitch partners now. Only 2% of Twitch partners qualify for Partner Plus level 3 or whatever. So basically nobody. Like the handful of kings get the 60-40 split. Nobody gets 70-30. Not anymore. Yeah. I don't do it for the money. You guys see. I don't do it for the money. I made $1,000 a day at my last job. I don't do it for the money. Oh, money's nice. It'd be nice if we were making $1,000 a day. doing this. That'd be great. Fitty fitty, that fair. Sometimes. I have mixed feelings about this because I'm a child of divorce, so you got to give me a break, all right? I'm a child of divorce. Give me a break. All right. One thing that we can't do yet is create portfolios. So we can discover strategies, right? I'd like to have another part of this app. So this is for searching for strategies. I'd like to have another part of this app where I can create a portfolio of strategies, right? Where I can sort of say, we're going to replace this too. I already found a better force graph. I'm going to swap that out with something that's a little more aesthetic, a little less floppy, a little less floppy noodle. Wacky arm flailing inflatable tube man. Woo! All right. So yeah, I would like to be able to right click on these strategies that we discover and hit like send to portfolio active scalping strategies or send to portfolio stock scalping strategies, right? So this would be like a search space for stock scalping strategies, or maybe specifically biotech, penny, pump and dump detection, scalping strategies, whatever, but stocks. So we'd have a search space where the universe is just these biotech penny stocks, and the contexts and the anomalies that we're looking for are pump and dumps, and maybe like the turning point in the pump and dump, or what we suspect might be. And the tactic would be some aggressive, ultra short term shorting, scalping type tactic. So we would have a search space just for trying to figure strategies, trying to discover strategies that will successfully take advantage of pump and dump anomalies in biotech penny stocks. Okay? We find something. Right click, send to portfolio, active stock scalping desk number 1. Something like that. Active futures scalping desk number 2. Crypto arbitrage desk number 3, right? Something like that. So we've discovered a strategy. Now we can send it into a portfolio of strategies, and the portfolio would have a portfolio management strategy, like a management model that might be optimized for, say, we only want to take trades that neutralize our market exposure, or we only want to take very short-term trades, or we only want to take very simple trades, or whatever your alignment, whatever your incentive, whatever your objective is. Say you could have a portfolio of theta collection strategies, where every strategy is just trying to collect theta, through selling spreads or whatever. We don't need to go into the option trading of it. But your portfolio management strategy might be to reject any trades that might come along from the various strategies in the portfolio that might upset our whole portfolio. I'm trying not to go too much into the nuance while I have a fever. Yeah, let's say we have a portfolio of theta collection strategies. Each one is doing some kind of an option spread on some kind of a thing to try and collect theta. The portfolio manager is going to pick and choose which trading opportunities that we take, and its objective might be to only take trades that neutralize market exposure, or to just take as many trades as possible, or to take as many trades as possible up until a certain limit is reached, etc., etc. You could have a bunch of different portfolio management strategies, code those independently, create a portfolio, assign a portfolio management strategy to it, and then assign strategies to the portfolio to be managed by that sort of meta strategy. That's not an immediate upgrade. That's something that we're going to want to do when we are running more than one portfolio. Right now, we're only concerned with stock scalping. We're only going to have one portfolio management style for that, because we just want to get it up and running. We don't need super meticulous portfolio management nuances just to get a good strategy up and running, right? Just to know that we can, right? So once we're past that Valentine's Day mark where it's like, okay, if we hit our goal, Valentine's Day, we have something worth trading, even if it's not super exciting, it's something profitable. If we get there and we hit that milestone, then we're going to want to start thinking about this upgrade, where it's like, okay, we are now discovering strategies that we want to deploy. Right now, they all fit into this one theme, but pretty quickly, that's going to branch out into other themes, right? Right now, it's just stock scalping, and it's just going to be one portfolio of stock scalping strategies with one portfolio manager that tries to take every opportunity that it can so that it can get the law of large numbers on its side, right? So if you have a strategy that does 100 trades at a 1% expected profit on each, it's going to make less than one that's doing 1,000 trades in the same amount of time with the same expected profit, right? Because the law of large numbers, more trades, more profit to accumulate. Anyhow, yeah, very, very quickly, we're going to want to have other types of strategies beyond stock scalping. We're just starting with that because we want to have strategies that can trade a lot for the law of large numbers effect. Doesn't do us any good to find the ultimate super kick-ass strategy that never loses if it only makes one trade a year. You know what I mean? I'd rather take the mediocre one that trades 60 times a day, because then I can just start accumulating profit immediately, right? Anyhow, so ultimately, as we build up a portfolio of strategies. Oh, yo, Elmo rocks. Love you, Elmo. All right, let's see. Yeah, as we build up our portfolio of strategies, right, the risk of ruin in the portfolio is going to drop drastically every time we add another strategy to it. The probability of taking a loss on any given year drops more and more and more until it approaches zero, right? And our performance envelope will narrow as we diversify across uncorrelated strategies, right? Yeah, this is all in theory with like coin flips. So if we can get good strategies that have a positive expected value, right, then the same thing. We just continue to diversify to narrow the envelope of variance and increase the probability of making money after, say, 100 trades or 100 rounds of betting. And as you can see, like, yeah, that as you go on in time with more rounds of betting, that expected value adds up. And the probability of being below the red line at plus 100 trades drops to basically zero. So we don't just want one strategy, because there is no one god strategy that's always right. We want a bunch of mediocre ones. We want a bunch of, they're all right. Ain't god or nothing, but it make money. So that's kind of the idea. We want a handful of modestly profitable strategies. That's it. If you can come up with a handful of modestly profitable uncorrelated strategies, it becomes almost mathematically impossible to lose. So why doesn't everybody do this? Well, they do. This is what every multi-strategy hedge fund on planet Earth is doing. So instead of having a bunch of portfolio management algorithms, each with a bunch of strategies, algorithmic strategies in it, like we're doing, a multi-strategy hedge fund would have a bunch of trading desks, each with a manager, each with 5 traders. Each trader has their own strategy. Kind of the same thing. They would just be doing it with desks and people instead of algorithms and allocations, right? Yeah, exactly. You don't let the managers talk too much because they'll start sharing ideas and then their performance becomes correlated. And yeah, so that's why they call it a multi-strategy fund. Like, you'd have your commodities trading desk and you'd have your stock scalping desk. You'd have your equities investment desk, different from your scalping desk. They're each doing their own thing. And you've got a chief investment officer sort of overlooking the whole book, deciding, okay, we're going to allocate more over here and less over there. And we've got a little too much exposure to international, or we've got a little too much exposure to U.S. Eastern instead of U.S. Western. So we need to deallocate over here and just balance it all out. You balance it all out by volatility and you get that reducing variance. It's really great. I love it. I need to do another pass on this. I'm not super happy with this last chart here. I want to replace, or I want to add one more chart where we show how this probability of losing money is decreasing over time for the different numbers, or for the different diversifications, right? Like, I want to show how it's much less pronounced with less diversification and how much more pronounced it is with more diversification. Sort of measuring what's the probability that this envelope, that any of these envelopes are going to be completely above the red line after 100 moves, right? After 100 rounds of betting. So with the 10 coins, like, yeah, it's like 95%, right? So your probability of losing money after 100 rounds of betting is like 0.5%, right? Pretty small. So yeah, we want to do this with actual trading algorithms. That's the whole idea. We use our pipeline to discover our diverse strategies. We put them into thematic portfolios based on the type of strategy it is. And then we diversify across all the different strategy classes. And then within that, all the strategies, right? Kind of like a hierarchical allocation algorithm. But yeah, the more you can diversify effectively, the lower your risk of losing money, the greater your chances of success over time. It's all about creating that positive expected value and playing it out. It's an expected value, not a guaranteed value, but notice how it does add up over time. Even in the scenarios where because these envelopes represent like 95% of possible outcomes, right? So even if you're like hugging the bottom of one of these envelopes, if you're at like the runt of one of these scenarios, you are still accumulating expected value over time because there is some edge there. Had a follow-up point, but I lost it in the cold sweat. Oh, expected value. Let's talk about expected value in the casino game because it's fun. I've been thinking about this. So, I recently watched an interview with the CEO of the Plaza Hotel here in Las Vegas. He is young, handsome, and oh my God, is he charming. I want to fucking blow this guy. I just want to spend a week with his dick in my mouth. Like, he is so fucking cute and charming and handsome. Anyhow, I'm sorry, that's the fever talking. He explained how the casinos look at the players. And it's the same way that we look at our trading strategies, right? Our trading strategies have an expected value, right? For each trade, if there is an edge, there is a positive expected value, right? Not a guarantee, but if the statistics hold after 100 trades, we should have this expected value, just like this chart, right? So when it comes to the casinos, they want the games to have a positive expected value for the casino. That's the house's edge, right? Kind of like on a roulette wheel. It's not half black, or it's not half black and half red. It's 49 black, 49 red, 2 green, right? Those 2 green, that's the house's edge. By disrupting the 50-50, they create a positive expected value for the house, right? They want the players to have a negative expected value, right? And they have an actual number for this. Daily theoretical expected value. They don't break it down per bet because these gambling junkies, they just bet too much. You ever seen someone sitting at a slot machine just... Each one of those is like 40 bets, technically. They measure the daily expected value. It's called your theo, your daily theoretical expected value. So if I'm a casino player and I have a negative daily theo, then that means no matter what, whether I'm winning or losing, it's expected that I'm going to lose, on average, X amount per day, that theo. This is why the house will loan you money in some cases. Because your expected theoretical is in excess of negative 100%. Hey, dude, if it was negative 100%, then that means that whatever money you come into the casino with on any day, on average, you're going to lose 100% of it. That's how they think of it at the casinos, right? Some people have a number in excess of 100%. Those are the people who the casino loans money to play at the casino because they know you're going to lose it all. And then some. That's why they loan it to you. They'll loan you $100,000 because they know you're going to lose it all to them that day in the casino. And then you're probably going to run to the ATM and get another 50 out of your bank to chase it with. Anyhow, it blew my mind hearing them talk about this as I was writing this article about expected value in trading strategies. And I realized, like, holy shit, yeah. They look at their players the same way we look at our strategies, except the opposite. They want to avoid players with a positive theo. We want strategies with a positive theo. Like, we want winning poker players on our team. The casino does not want to deal cards to winning poker players, right? If you run out of cash and collateral, what do you think? They give you the chop, Doug. I'm not talking about his fucking foreskin either. They give you the chop, Doug. You saw casino. You want to leave with the money or your hand? No, dude, they sue you. It's Wall Street. The mafia doesn't run Vegas anymore. The mafia runs the city. It's a legacy thing. It's kind of a joke. This mafia lawyer was the mayor for 30 years, and then his wife was the mayor for 30 years, and everyone jokes that the mafia still runs this town, but they're a really sweet old couple. Everybody loves them. They build statues of them all over town. They're sweethearts. Anyhow, Wall Street runs this town. So they will loan you the money to lose in the casino, but they know they can come collect it from you. Generally, they'll just repo something. You know, they'll get a lien. These high ticket gamblers, They do occasionally buy stupid shit, rapper chains, bling, cars, houses. There's stuff to go take, repossess. But as far as I understand, the real deal gambling addicts, like not like crackheads, but like real gambling addicts, like rich boys, they always come back. They always pay off their debts. They'll blow out in one casino, they'll go to another, get a loan or get some of daddy's money, get up, right? Go pay back their debts because they want that casino to loan them money again in the future. They're real gambling addicts. They play to lose. I'm fascinated by these people. I'm deeply fascinated. Like the whole culture of like really hardcore gambling addicts, I've been watching this guy on YouTube named Togi, who's just a total roid head, pill popping, hard drinking kind of guy who blacks out and wakes up $1 million in debt to the casino. Hard, the kind of guy who can literally call up the CEO of Stake and be like, yo, spot me 200 grand, and he will, because he knows the guy's gonna dump it. He just pluses up his Stake account and then watches him dump it. It's like, well, now he owes us $250,000. And the casinos think of the gamblers like this. They think, oh yeah, well, no, he's got the variance. He's good for it. He's a loser, but he's betting big enough. He's got the variance that eventually he's gonna be up enough to come pay us back. And then who cares, right? Just absolutely fascinating. So anyhow, we are looking for strategies with positive expected value so that we can diversify them, so that we can reduce the variance, so that we can reduce the chance of losing money in any given amount of time, say a year, a month, a week, whatever. The whole idea is that the positive expected value, every round of betting, you have an increase in that expected value over time. The longer you let it run, the greater the chances that you're going to make money in that amount of time, right? Pretty straightforward. So yeah, we don't want one super strategy. We want a handful of modestly profitable strategies with as little correlation as possible. Just like the casino doesn't want the one big whale that comes and loses $60 million once a year. They want as many mediocre dog shit players as possible to come in and just bleed chips on slot machines, God, now I see that sea of slot machines as just a sea of like little floating tickers above each one. The expected value of each machine for each day. That's all I see now. It's just a sea of dollar signs. I probably need to leave here because I'm starting to think about opening a casino. It's been in the back of my head for a couple of months now. Ever since I sat down next to that gambling addict who just dumped his whole paycheck into a slot machine 10 minutes after he got it. I was so fascinated. I felt really sorry for this guy at first. Eventually, the Darwinism kind of takes over, and you're like, it's not fit to survive. It's unethical to let the casino brain hack this guy, but, we all know where his story was going to end. And that cold, who cares, they're fucked anyway, like that's why I need to leave. That's why I need to leave this town. It's turning me into a monster. I'm starting to sit here and think, oh yeah, no, fuck these people. Let's start a casino. Yeah, they all have negative expected value. Let's just take their money. It's like, oh God, no, you're starting to turn into one of them. You're turning into one of them. Oh. Yeah, I guess if you stare long enough into the beast, you start to appreciate the purity of it, you know? like Ian Holm in Alien, you know, like Ash. I admire its purity. I admire its purity. I admire the purity of online casinos. I do. Some of them are very impressive. I'm not a gambler. I don't gamble. But having lived in Vegas for a while, I'm starting to become just fascinated by the business of gambling. Like I'm seeing parallels to how I think about the markets and how the casinos think about the players. I'm not a trader. I'm a quant. You don't see me in here day trading, man, because I'm not a gambler. Because when I day trade, on more than one occasion, I have caught myself doing gambling addict shit where I was taking trades because I was bored, where I was chasing it because I was bored, where I was doubling down on bad trades to win it back. That's gambling addict shit. I know that I do that because I love trading. I love it. I really do love it. I love trading the way baseball players love baseball. I will just sit there at the batting cages and just hit fucking balls all day, right? But you can't do that on the market. You can't just sit down at a terminal and start hitting balls. Like, it doesn't work like that. That's how you start bleeding. You got to wait for it to come to you, and that's you got to be on guard waiting for it. And you might miss it, or you might fuck it up, you might flub it, and it's like, I'll just automate it, right? Like if I know what I'm looking for that specifically, I'll just automate it. And that's how I got here. So I'm certainly not a gambler. I'm not a gambler because I know that I could be one. That's what I mean to say. I've seen that those behaviors in me, those tendencies. I don't want to flirt with that. Not even a little. Not even a little. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Just put your data through a decision tree. That's basically what we're doing. Basically, yeah. These all represent rule deviations. Take all of the trades except during extreme trading volume. Take all the trades except during above average trading volume. Take all or don't take any trades unless it's extreme trading volume. Don't take any trades unless it's above average trading volume. Don't take any trades unless it's above average and also extreme. That's kind of a redundant rule. But yeah. Somehow those result in two different sets of trades. So yep, that's our strategy search tree. Starting with the universe, the signal model, the signal. We should probably cut out the signal model because all that really matters is the signal. Like we don't have the context model, we just have the context. So yeah, we'll cut that out. Let me make a note. Yeah. Hmm. I'm all right. Mm. Oh, good God. That one hit me like a brick. Uh, just flush, cold sweat. Almost whited out there for a second. Just give me a sec here, buddy. This is what the last few days have been like. This is why I've been like, I don't know if I should be streaming, guys. No, it's not a medicine thing. No, don't freak out. Don't call 911. I've been recovering from the flu for the last week. I have terrible cold sweats. I still have a fever. It's very low grade. So I was like, I'm gonna try to stream today. We're not gonna get any code wrote, but I'm just gonna hang out for a while. And then just whoosh, I just had that was awful. I'm coming back around. God, I can't feel my fingertips. Oh God, yeah, that sucked. Quant trading prediction markets. That's very, very hard to do. Let's discuss why. Why do we have a prediction market? We have a prediction market because we don't know what's going to happen. So we can bet on what's going to happen. If there was any quantitative way, if we could get Charlie from Numbers in here. You like that show? I love that show. If we can get Charlie from Numbers to come in here and work out on the chalkboard. Oh, yes, well, this and that, and we'll use this tool, and we can actually estimate the probability using these quantitative methods to be 74.68%. If you go to the poly market, it's going to say that the contract is 74.6 cents on the dollar. That information is already priced in because there's a market. Where there's a market, there is an incentive to price in all available information, right? So it's not that we can't quant trade prediction markets. It's that everybody is quant trading predictive markets. The predictive market itself is a quantitative indicator of this is the expected probability. The same way that the price of an option is the expected outcome, right? Like the volatility surface dictates the prices of the options, and that surface shape, those prices are a function of the probability. Those probabilities are quantitative calculations, right? Based on all available information. So, you'd have to quant better. You'd have to find some kind of an edge that they don't have. Some formula for computing the odds that's more accurate in the long run. Say theirs is 70, theirs says 75% chance of this thing happening. But in reality, in the real world, it's 78% chance of this thing happening. And your model says 78%, theirs says 75%. Your model is closer to the truth, right? That doesn't give you an edge on that one bet because it's going to be whatever it's going to be, right? 50-50, right? But in the long run, if your model is more accurate, then you will win those 3% more bets than the other one, in theory. And you'll have that positive expected value over the naive strategy, right? And that would be your quantitative edge. You dig what I'm getting at? Very tiny. So even if you could do it, which you can, it'd be tiny. And it would have to play out over hundreds of rounds of betting for that positive expected edge on your strategy versus whatever the market odds are to play out. And the real crux, and this is what I should have started on, the same bet never pops up in a betting market twice. Ah, yes. But what about the flip side? Could we use the prediction markets as quantitative measurement shorthand for the expected probability of a binary event? Will Trump be the president on January 21st, 2025? Yes or no? Binary contract. Right now, that's probably trading 99 cents on the dollar for yes. So, okay. An obvious example of how we might be able to use polymarket data quantitatively to give us an edge in the market. Check this out. Polygon trades 24/7. The markets do not. If there was a shift in the expected winner of the presidency, let's just rewind a couple of weeks. It's not sure Trump's going to win. Biden steps out of the race. Now it's pretty goddamn sure Trump's going to win. Just zero fucking chance of anything else, right? If something like that happened overnight while Polygon is trading and the market is not trading, in theory, then we would know, seeing the overnight change before the market's open, something's probably going to happen. The markets will catch up on this new information. We have seen the market react to this new information in Polygon market. The stock market has not yet had the chance to react. That you could use it for, yeah. You could probably predict a directional move, maybe even the extent of the directional move, just based on previous perturbations of those odds in the last couple of weeks. Maybe. But a lot can change in a few weeks, you know? Oh, what's up, Lo? It's going pretty good. I've been out of commission for a week. I've been deathly ill. I've had this flu that's like the worst thing since COVID. Dude, I have not been this sick since I was a child, and like my family thought I was gonna die. Like when the last time I was this sick, my mother was putting me into a bathtub full of ice and crying. So it was awful. Like I a couple of minutes ago, I got flushed really bad, and like the room was spinning. But I'm okay now. Okay, so before I got sick, we finished upgrades to our strategy discovery engine. So now it's super fast. It no longer discovers redundant strategies, which is cool. As you can tell by the F1 means the accuracy, like how well it's picking winners and avoiding losers. 50-50 across the board, none of these have any edge. The P factor, that's your profitability factor. Anything less than 1 loses money. So you want your F score to be above 0.6, you want your P factor to be above 1, and then you've got a winner. In theory. We're still, working out the whole validation stuff, but in theory. Thanks. I feel better, but yeah, guys, I still feel awful. Just a few minutes ago, the room started spinning, and I thought I was going to have to turn the stream off. So, doing all right. But yeah, I just couldn't go another day sitting here feeling sorry for myself, listening to the same goddamn clip be discussed one more fucking time. I'm out of mana. What do you want me to do for you? I did nothing wrong. I did everything right. And it's like, okay, all right, yeah. I can't listen to that one more fucking time. I'm gonna fucking scream. It's like he's doing an impression of my older brother. He really is. So yeah, I just couldn't take another day of that. I needed to see if I could talk at the camera for a while because man, I've been so unproductive all week, just laying in bed, sweating and dying. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got soup and Gatorade. I actually managed to start eating solid food again yesterday, or the 2 days ago, and I ate normally yesterday. But yeah, ooh, I think I'm dipping back into it. I feel another wave of the cold sweat coming right now. Ooh, this sucks, guys. This really sucks. Um, oh God, that's such a weird feeling when just all the skin on your body just goes clammy all at once. Just it's like when you're trying to get comfortable under the blankets and it's just a little too warm, you know? It's like that. Oh God, it sucks. Thanks for the biddies, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, Locke, look at this. Look at this. Look what they did to me. Look what they fucking did to me while I was sick in bed for a week. Look what Dan Clancy did to me. I did everything right. I did nothing wrong. I ran out of mana. What do you want me to do, Dan? What do you want me to do? I'm out of mana. I was in bed for a week and you do this to me. So I did. It was point two. It was 0.75 yesterday. It's 0.74 this morning. I fucking wanted to scream. I almost tweeted at Dan Clancy, motherfucker. I have shaken your hand. Give me partner. But I didn't want to sound like a certain someone. It's because I knew that's exactly what it would look like. And I just like, you know what, man, just let it go. Your numbers are good. People like what you're doing. The content is interesting when you're not, deathly ill. We're going to be live trading all month of February. Not real money. Let me go ahead and say it. Not real money, but we should have the strategies to do something every day for February. That would be great. That is the goal. Yeah, of course he's a gooner, but who cares? Whatever. When his wife starts complaining, then we can say something. But as far as we know, she loves it. Is he married? Is he married? I don't even know if he's married. He's probably not married. I don't think he's ever mentioned it. I don't remember seeing a ring on his finger. Somebody go check for me. Is Dan Clancy married? Whatever. Doesn't matter. He likes the e-girls. Everybody likes the e-girls. Are you going to throw the first stone at Dan Clancy? How long have you been following Morgue Pie? How long have you been following Morgue Pie? Let he who has no OnlyFans account throw the first stone. And Jesus said, but we all like Morgue Pie. And yay, it was such. It's true. I don't use Twitch for porn. How dare you? I just happen to watch a lot of content creators that just happen to have side hustles on other content platforms. Oh, yeah. Girls have boobs, guys. I mean, gosh, get over it. This censorship won't stand. Girls have boobs. Oh, by the way, speaking of, 30% off on all my socials. Yeah, the hypocrisy gets old. You just gotta roll with it and enjoy it. Oh yeah, 74.74. You have a real girlfriend, like an actual 3D girlfriend? Like that's pretty rare around here. In Telegram, she asks you for crypto. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I get a lot of those pig butchers. I just get the random text like, "Hey, are you coming tonight?" Tom Clancy, Dan Clancy, total. Yeah, no, he's 6'3". Yeah, I've met him. He's taller than I am. He's a tall guy. I tailgated one of my colleagues into the partners lounge at TwitchCon 23 to sneak some of their partners' coffee. It was my version of capture the flag. All right, I wanted to. There was a long line at the Dunkin' Donuts. Everybody knew there was coffee in the partners lounge. So when one of my partner friends said, "I'm going to go see if there's coffee in the partners lounge," I tailgated. I'm going to stop name dropping who it was because she probably does not appreciate that. But anyhow, so I tailgate her into the partners lounge. For whatever reason, all heads were turned at that minute. They had 3 layers of badge check security going into the partners lounge, and all 3 layers were off their post. It was perfect timing. I 100% expected to get stopped, challenged, play dumb, turn around, walk away. I 100% expected it. No one checked my badge. I just walked right in. I'm immediately freaking out because my facial recognition circuits are going haywire. I'm in the partners lounge. There's Theo. Can't miss him. Guy's 7 feet tall. There's Prime. You know, there's fucking Pico. There's Coco. There's like half of the Rust lineup that I worship. Don't spaz. Be cool. Don't let anyone get a look at your affiliate badge. They see that little banner at the bottom that's the wrong color. You're out of here, bozo. Flip it in under the arm. Can't see the badge too well, you know. Hey, where's some coffee around here? Can a streamer get some coffee? It popped into my head. Just loudest possible profile. Hide in plain sight. No one's gonna want to look at you if you're making a scene. I don't know. It just popped into my head. So I'm like, hey, where's the coffee around here? I'm trying to get a cup. Can a guy get a cup of coffee? Somebody points me at the coffee machine. Like, dude, chill out. It's over there. Shaking. Chest. Because if I get caught, I'm kicked out of TwitchCon. Not just kicked out of the partners lounge. They will drag my ass out of the convention center. So I went and just got 2 little cups of coffee. My hands fucking shaking the whole way out. I get out of the partners lounge. There's this little area right outside where you can sit, chill. And there he was. There was Dan Clancy. Like, I sit down, I put my coffee down, catching my breath. I walked right past him on the way out. I look up, and I'm like, who's this 6'3" rhinestone cowboy looking motherfucker with the tassels and the long gray? Oh, fuck, that's... Then my colleague comes out, and I'm like, that's Dan Clancy. And so, yes, and thanks to her basically challenging my masculinity, I confronted Dan. I walked up to him and shook his hand. And in that moment, he was not yet a Twitch partner. He was still an affiliate at that moment. So when I met Dan Clancy, when I shook Dan Clancy's hand in the partners lounge at TwitchCon 23, we were the only 2 affiliates in the partners lounge. And because of that, Dan Clancy, you should give me fucking partner. I did everything right. I didn't do anything wrong. That is absolutely not on me. Oh man, I still got a picture of him somewhere. I wish I got a picture of me shaking his hand. It would really come in handy right now. It'd be like proof. I'd be like, see, here's me shaking your hand in the partners lounge. Look, still not a partner. Come on, Dan, make it happen, man. I earned this shit. Are we at a hype train? No, we're just derping around. Did it show it for a moment? I saw it show an ad start. I think we did have two. Well, we had a bunch of biddies all at once. I think that might have triggered a scam train. I don't know, I'm too. Oof. I'm just trying to stick with it, gang. Oof. Anyhow, what am I at right now? What's my number? I don't. Somebody tell me. I don't want to look. It frightens me. 78. Hey, everybody, hang out for 20 minutes, and we can salvage this. Everyone, just hang out. We're just all gonna hang out. All right, just keep chilling. Just tab me, bro. Just tab me, bro. Because if I can pull out an average viewership, God, you sons of bitches! If I can pull out an average viewership greater than 75 from this stream, that's it. I'm a partner. God damn it. You sons of bitches. Make that number go up. This is why I swear, as long as I have been streaming, I do not look at my number because it makes you neurotic. It really does. Uh, Come on, guys, just hang out. Just hang out with me for a minute. I know, right? I have 12 of 14. Yeah, I have 14 of 12. Yeah. That's because I didn't stream for a week. This whole time, guys, I've literally not been able to get out of bed. It has been awful. I couldn't even take out the trash. I had like 4 trash bags piled up outside my door. Like I called management. I was like, "Hey guys, don't I pay for trash collection? I'm really fucking sick." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we only do that on like Wednesdays and on Saturdays or something." It's like, fuck. Couldn't take my trash out, couldn't shower, couldn't get groceries. I had to get everything delivered. Oh, it sucked. It sucked. Thank you, Hot. I appreciate it. So anyhow, yeah, we'll probably underperform today. That's fine. I figure in the next 2 or 3 weeks we'll blast right through it. I just I am so amused at how goddamn close it can get without getting there. At this point, Dan, can you just come put it at 0.99? Can you just do that for me, Dan? If you're gonna fuck with me, can we just set it to 74.999999 with the little line above it to show that the nines go for infinity? Truck hunt, what? Oh? They have to draw a line somewhere. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Oh, hey, did everybody see they're giving out marble bleed purple statues now? I've been saying they should do this for like 2 or 3 years. I've been saying they should give out like literally bleed purple the same way that they do for YouTube and stuff. I've been saying Twitch needs to be giving out like awards, like actual physical plaques. But yeah, they gave one to Co Carnage for like 10 million hours viewed or something. And it's beautiful. It's marble. It's got this like great texture. There's not a good picture of it, unfortunately. But man, it looks gorgeous, man. I wish they would post a really good picture of it. An anime? I don't know anything about anime, brother. I saw Akira once. I liked it. Yeah, I've had a bunch of people coming into the Discord just like, "Hey, I found you on YouTube." I'm like, "Oh, cool." Whenever we have some some stuff trading every day, which should be by the end of the month. Yeah, we'll be doing probably weekly update videos on YouTube, just as kind of like a patch notes, state of the project. But I want it to sort of orbit around actual trading operations and not just be like, oh, we're working on this. No, I want it to be like, here are the numbers for this week. Here are like the patch notes, and then like, here's the week over week numbers, right? Like that kind of stuff, where it's more of a performance review, where it's more of a like a chronicling of the kind of returns that we're getting, and not really so much about the technology. As a royal prince in another world. Yes, yes. Ah. Did you guys know I worked at Blizzard? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Can't help it. Let's talk about that. How many of you have been watching long enough that you remember me saying on more than one occasion with a little bit of a smirk on my face, I wonder if Thor's newfound fame is going to last? Now, I didn't want to put too fine a point on it at the time because I didn't know. Nobody really knew. But there were signs. There were signs. And I like I said, he reminds me a lot of my older brother. And that's kind of just what I chalked it up to. I was like, he's just, he just reminds me of my older brother. That's all that is. That's what that little thing is on the back of my neck. But this is kind of what I was hinting at. Generally, my thought, because I didn't know, no one knew. My thought was, his authoritative attitude it'll just wear on people, and it might not last. And I was kind of curious if it would, because people like sense makers like Jon Stewart, John Oliver, that kind of content where it's like, come here and I will explain to you how the world works in a calm, rational, non-condescending way. And I was like, yeah, people like sense maker content. That's how he blew up. Sense maker content on shorts, plus he represents the dream of successful indie game dev. Yeah, like I immediately got the appeal. I understood why he was blowing up. But every once in a while, he'd say something that I know to be untrue. He would wander into my wheelhouse. You know how it is when somebody wanders into your wheelhouse and you know a lot about one very specific thing, and you're like, oh, he's not quite right, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not important, right? That kind of stuff. But there's something there. It's like, does he do that with everything? Or maybe he just read something or half remembered it, or it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential, right? You just let it go. I think that's why something was tickling in the back of my brain, which was like, is this going to last? Yeah, so I was always just kind of curious. We've talked about this on stream a couple of times. Like, is he going to last? Mostly because, hey, he blew up going viral. Does viral fame stick? We're going to find out. I think the numbers, as someone pointed out, he's got 83,000 viewers right now. I think the numbers are very clear. The controversy is good for him, numbers-wise. He is the only content creator not farming this. We know why. It's just too painful. Like, to farm it would be to farm his own pain. And let's all be very honest. None of us have ever been the focus of that much vitriol. I cannot imagine the agony that must be. Man, if I think my neighbor doesn't like me, I freak out. You know what I mean? So I cannot imagine that psychic stress. But it does seem clear that this is helping his numbers. If he had the humility to farm it, he'd make $1 million this week off of just this. But I mean, he can't. This someone pointed out, like, hey, this is his first rodeo when it comes to this kind of thing. No one's going to handle it very well, right? I really admire him for bouncing right back and not hiding away. I would have hid away for a week, consulted a PR expert, a PR crisis team. I would have brought in a brand consultant. I would have sat down with like strategists. I would have figured out like some way to salvage. Don't overthink it. Just right back to it. I don't know what his strategy is right now. If he's pretending it didn't happen or if he's just owning it or whatever. But dude, yeah, get back on the saddle, get those viewership numbers, because it doesn't matter if 82,000 people are hate watching you and spamming KYS, KYS, KYS. You are making money from it. This is your life now. Controversy equal money. Yeah, thanks, Cotter. I was talking to another... Hey, cutie. I was talking to another content creator, and we had an interesting discussion about the name Pirate Software, right? It's a great name. Pirate Software, right? What do they make? Indie games. Oh, what's the most pirated games? Games. Pirate. Indie, independent, indie games. It's such a great brand name. People are not saying, we're being hypothetical. I'm not just disparaging another streamer. Let me make my point before I'm banned, please. People are not saying, fuck Thor. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Yeah, no, some people are. But when you listen to people talking about the controversy, they're not saying Thor. They're not saying his name, which is disrespectful. They're saying Pirate Software. They're saying fuck Pirate Software. They're saying Pirate Software is X, Y, and Z. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like they're not saying fuck Bill Gates. They're running around saying fuck Microsoft because Bill calls himself Microsoft on Xbox Live. You know what I mean? It's like there's something about that. There's something about that. Dude, I don't think he's being view-botted. I think 84,000 people want to see what he has to say. And if he doesn't say anything, they just sit there and troll him. I think that every major Twitch streamer that is in OnlyFans that commands an audience of 50,000 plus, I think they're all parked in his stream waiting for the next clip that they can farm and react to. I think it's 100... He says he's being view-botted. He also says he's being hate-rated and that there's organized campaigns, and he's very careful to pick his words so that he can file complaints and get people banned. But let's not talk about that because I don't like to dip into the projections of victimhood that come out of narcissism. He does not know he's being view-botted. You cannot know you're being view-botted. That's part and parcel right there. There's your gaslighting. I'm the victim. I'm going to classify this in a certain way that lets me take certain legal action. If it's just a bunch of new viewers, then I'm not the victim of view botting and I can't go file a complaint with Twitch to get other streamers banned. Gaslighting. So, let's not go there. I don't think he's being view botted. I think those are organic views. And he needs to make the most of this. I don't know how. I'm not a strategist in that way. Like I said, if this happened to me, I would have immediately bent over. And if I did accidentally take it too far, I wouldn't be streaming right now. I'd be consulting with a PR crisis team. So he's just playing PoE. Hey, it's fine. This is good. I think that's the right move. It's just act normal. Resume operations. Do not project moral superiority. It will backfire. It will be transparent what you're doing. Do not go hide behind moral rectitude or whatever. Like, that's not a smart move. It just doesn't feel like a smart move. I don't know. That's all I got. Do you need to Google? It's just dumb drama. The too long didn't read is that Pirate was kicked out of OnlyFans for being a malignant narcissist. Now you can go watch a bunch of videos of people saying it was because he wasn't the best mage in the world or should have been a better support during a raid or whatever. But it's not about that. It's about gaslighting, refusing to accept responsibility. It's everybody else's fault but mine. That's what this is about. So that's the controversy. He kind of got kicked out of OnlyFans, which is a hardcore World of Warcraft guild, basically just for being an asshole. For condescending, talking down, gaslighting. And then when he was put in a situation where all he had to do was say my bad, he doubled down, fuck everybody, I did nothing wrong, you're all monsters, so on and so forth. So anyhow, this led to the entire Twitch royalty ecosystem putting out a wave of content about, hey, screw you, buddy, Just a lot of clips of him just generally just behaving awfully. And it's sort of turned into an Amber Heard situation. Let me be very clear, everybody. This is not about him or World of Warcraft or OnlyFans or anything. This, very much like the Amber Heard situation, is not about Amber Heard or Johnny Depp or Pirates of the Caribbean. It's about all of us at some point have known an Amber Heard. Or we have a brother or a son or a father or a friend who's had their life destroyed by an Amber Heard. Or has been the victim of an Amber Heard, right? Like my brother, God bless him, had an Amber Heard like partner for 15 years. My own mother, I love her, I forgive her. I know it's a result of how she was raised. She's a terrible gaslighter. Terrible gaslighter. So with Amber Heard, we all just wanted that catharsis of seeing someone pinned to the wall. Someone held responsible for the kind of pain that we have suffered through or have seen, right? That's what Amber Heard was about. no one really gave a shit about Amber Heard, and no one cares about her now. And we were poking fun at her hairdo, but it's not personal. It's about you're a gaslighting, narcissistic spousal abuser who hides behind fake bruises and organized PR campaigns and lawfare. It's time to see you pinned to the wall. And that's why we all got this sick pleasure seeing Camille Vasquez come in, do like a field stripping of Amber Heard's lies live on the stand. And we all saw it. Like that was fun to watch, not because we enjoy seeing one human suffer another human, but because we enjoy seeing a liar get called out, right? It makes us feel better about times we were victimized by liars and gaslighters, right? That's what this is with Pirate Software. It has nothing to do with him, and it has nothing to do with World of Warcraft. It just has everything to do with that behavior pattern that we've got a brother like that, a father like that. We worked for somebody like that, worked with somebody like that who is just, is smart, is capable, is not a bad person. But maybe they lie a lot about little inconsequential things, but always to make themselves look better. Whatever. It's no big deal. Maybe they're not good at accepting blame, and they crack under the pressure of leadership, and they tend to blame other people for things, and they never accept responsibility. And again, we're not talking about one person. We're talking about we've all worked with, dealt with, gamed with someone like this. We've all been gaming with an older brother or someone who, when the team loses, they're going to melt down for 15 minutes telling the whole team about how it's everyone's fault but theirs. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. We've seen the clips of exactly these behaviors. That's what this is about. It literally has nothing to do with the guy. It has everything to do with, oh, you're like someone who hurt me before, so I'm going to root for you to get exposed and pinned to the wall and held accountable for X, Y, and Z. It's all of us sort of collectively getting some sort of internal emotional justice for traumas that we've suffered in our past. And yes, it's not okay to human sacrifice a good person who does a lot of good. He does do a lot of good. Do I think it's fair? Yes, actually, I think it's fair. I think it comes with the territory. This is why famous people say you don't want to be famous. That's why every famous person says you don't want to be famous. Because that's what fame is. It's whatever tiny little character flaw that you have is gonna become like your defining feature in the eyes of the world, and it's nobody wants that. You think Tom Cruise likes it when we talk about, hey, have you ever noticed his teeth? How much do you think that fucks with him? Tom Cruise, think about it. Tom Cruise, the last movie star on Earth. The guy is incredibly insecure about his appearance. Like, that's what I mean. Like, the one little neurotic character flaw explodes when you become famous. It just does, because it's like the one thing that you can't just fix. It just bubbles up and it takes over until you really, really confront and deal with it. If you even can. Actually, Tom seems to be getting away from the Church of Scientology. I don't know that for facts, but I listened to the podcast of that Going Clear guy, and he's like, yeah, basically the church is falling apart. It's sort of the last days of the Church of Scientology, where they're cred maxing everyone they have left in the organization, they're just saying, go out to the bank, get as much credit as you can, and give us all the money. Like, this is it. This is the end game of Scientology. They're probably gonna start hawking off the Sea Org any minute now, because eventually you just run out of money, and the scam is up. Take what you can, fill your pockets, and get the fuck out. I sincerely do not believe he's being botted, but we'll find out. I think he is. Like, guys, I spent all week soaking up YouTube content about this controversy. I'm not the only one. Every content creator following this drama has produced a series of videos over the last week about it, and Thor hasn't been streaming for a few days. So it makes sense that this is a whole nother wave of discovery. It's just coming from a very negative place. Whew. Okay. I need to get a Gatorade or I'm literally going to pass out. 2 seconds. Sucks. I am drenched in sweat. Cold sweat. All right, so yeah, yeah, he went from 25 to 80. But think about it. Every Asmon viewer, 50,000. So if he only has his audience plus Asmon's audience until Asmon goes live today, that's 80,000. If he also has a slice of Quinn, Mizkif, Imaru, I don't know all these fucking people's names, but add them up. The OTK crew played live on stream a party game at Mizkif's house called Pin the Blame on Pirate Software. He was the primary topic of conversation leading into the massive OnlyFans battle for War Chief that everybody was watching. So literally, hundreds of thousands of Twitch viewers who only tacitly knew about this guy have discovered him in the last few days. This is not botting. Also, who cares? 80,000 viewers. Do you know how much money he's going to make today? He's going to make like $20,000 today. Today. Just from that. Clearly, you can see what my priorities are. I'd be here with double D titties. And I mean implants. Implants. Not no falsies. If you said 80,000, it'd pay for the surgery in the first 2 days. Pay for itself. I'd have big bolt-on 1,500 cc's each. I'd have the Ozempic. Man, I'd have the Princess Peach cosplay for that many viewers. I'd be willing to suffer a little humiliation. I might even get off on it. DDs? No, those would be F cups. Those would be... I have very broad shoulders now, so I mean, I'd be getting like G cups if you really think about it. They got to be proportional. I used to, you know, drink with a couple of... what's a polite way to... I'm not even going to You know what I'm saying. And I would ask, how do you know what's the right size? Because if you have to, like, you know what I'm saying, guys. If you have to decide, how do you know what's the right size? It's not like you can try it on. And say, oh, these are a little too big. No, so I ask. It's just one of those things I always wondered, and I was told you go as big as possible. You go as big as possible, and then you can always lighten up from there. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, you get your ZZ top, and you can work it down from there. Anyhow, we have fun. Here. But yeah, no, for 80,000 viewers, he's gonna feel a lot differently at the end of the day when that revenue is calculated and he made 10 times from this stream, his highest earning stream before today. I guarantee you. Well, maybe he's not motivated by money the way I am. I'm not motivated by money purely, but I do have a very Darwinian sense of money is the only thing anyone really cares about. All of our imagined virtue is only but a deception ploy to get access. Just a thought. I've been listening to a lot of discussions on post-Nietzschean philosophy, where power is a goal to its own ends, very, very Machiavelli type stuff. This is some of the things I was listening to in bed. But yeah, I have a feeling that at the end of the week, when Thor is reviewing his numbers and he sees that these were not view bots, these were organic views, and that he has made 10 times as much from today's stream as he had from his previous top earning stream, I think he's going to change his behavior. Even if it's subconscious, I think it will reinforce some circuit in his brain driving his behavior today will be reinforced by that positive feedback of, whoa, how much? Whoa. And then he's going to hear replaying in the back of his head that clip from Mizkiff, where he said, no, you guys don't get it. Every 35-year-old viewer is now addicted to this shit because there's blood in the water and they want drama. How do we fix this, Mizkiff? We need more of it. This is amazing content. And then Thor is going to do that Thor smile that he does. He's a cute guy. I mean, come on, he's a handsome guy. When he smiles, it's very charming. He's going to do that smile that he does, and he's going to go, I need to make a video. I need to make a video now. The top unlockable emote being Thor in the banana costume, that is actually like cosmic justice in such a way. I hope Thor knows that. I know that would make him happy. I think, we want to see him happy again. We all like him. You know what I mean? Like I said, this isn't about him. It's about a pattern of behavior that we recognized in him that triggered all of our traumas, respectively. I think at the end of the day, we want him to learn and grow and become a better man and a better streamer and a better friend to all of us, a better mentor to all of us, a better role model, a better teacher, a better human. That's all we want for we don't want anybody to get skinned alive over a social snafu. We want to go back to before all this, I think we all do. We all just want to geek out again, Hey, I'm just glad it didn't happen to me. Because, like I said, I would crumble. I'd crumble. Oh my God. If I had accidentally caused somebody to die, because I'm not a WoW person, I'd be so humiliated. I'd be so humiliated, dude. I would be like literally crying and begging forgiveness from just like the shame of it. Like, ugh. I'm not a World of Warcraft expert, so I'd be so neurotic about that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'd probably be the first to roach out if it was me, because I just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm afraid. I'm panicking. That would be me. I would need like a babysitter if I was playing OnlyFans with pros. I'd be like, I'm glued to your hip, and you shout out whatever you're doing, and I'll do it too. Like something. It's such a perfect storm. You really couldn't like think about it. If he wanted to 10x his numbers in 1 week, could he have done it intentionally? Maybe it was meant to be. There's still a lot of this to play out. That's absolutely for certain. We are nowhere near the finish of this. Anyhow, maybe we should just start a talk show, huh? What are we doing? What are my numbers? You sons of bitches. You gotta, come on. Come on, guys. Gotta get these numbers up. How we doing? Where's my, I should get one for today, right? Yeah, Jan 17. Hey, oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait, this isn't today, is it? Yeah, that's today. Maybe it's not fully aggregated yet. Oh, well, we're going to underperform today. I knew we would going into it. I knew we were going to underperform. Okay, so just one last review. This is how close I am to partner. I've been bedridden all week, watching this number tick up and up and up and up and up, and it peaked yesterday at 74.75 out of 75. So before today, I needed one more 75 plus average viewer stream. If this one underperforms, then I'm gonna need like a week of them. But hey, whatever. Well, we're doing good. We've got the technology that people are interested in watching tick along. So for the rest of the month, we're going to be working on strategy components to get some worthwhile strategies up and running. Since live trading operations is up and running, we just don't have anything to trade right now. But all the infrastructure is in place. The dashboards are there. The tech is there. The brokerage accounts are there. The paper trading accounts are there. It's all good to go. We just need some good strategies. So to find strategies, we have to build strategy components so that our strategy discovery engine can create strategies with it. That's what we'll be doing for the rest of the month. It is my hope that by February we have something worth trading, and that by Valentine's Day we're kind of humming along, and then from there it's just refine, perfect, stabilize, and roll out with real money. That would be great. If we don't have very promising results by mid-February, I will probably make my job hunt my top priority going forward while we reassess our strategy discovery paradigm and sort of evaluate the research that's been published in the last few months regarding the new approaches to strategy discovery, which I'm very interested in. I've been digging through some white papers, some new stuff from MLDP, which is pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. And yeah, I definitely like to, as we do every couple of weeks, I want to go back to this tactical investment algorithms paper. If, like I said, if we're not getting any good results by mid-February, there are other approaches to strategy that we can take. We are trying to discover strategies in real data. An alternative technique is to design strategies on synthetic data. Why don't you design strategies on real data? Because that's how you get overfitting. Synthetic data avoids the overfitting that designing strategies usually incurs. So it's a whole nother paradigm. It's a very interesting technique. It's Marcus Lopez de Prado, as far as I understand, tried to build a hedge fund around these techniques and failed. But nonetheless, I would be interested in taking a crack at them. Talk to Delta, right? Well, I wanted to do a podcast with Brian Programmer called Between Two Strikes, which is a pun if you're an option trader. It was going to be like Between Two Ferns, but Between Two Strikes, which is something on an option chain. I thought it would be funny. But never took me up on it, so I just filed the name away in my head. I also wanted to start a streaming org. Like, you know, certain streamers are in like kind of like a web ring on Twitch. I wanted to start one of those for traders, for just traders that are like real traders, not like these wannabes that are just looking at TradingView all day and not doing any trading, right? But like real traders, like me, Stock Jock, Theta Gang. There's a couple of other cats out here that are like the real deal. But I'm not the real deal yet, so it felt really hypocritical to go put that together and be the only one that's not trading, right? So that's another thing I'd like to do at some point. A really amateur question about a specific trading strategy. Okay. Does this answer your question? If not, fire away. This makes all the difference in the world, man. If I could give you one piece of advice, gang, it would be don't catch the flu. Not this one. This one sucks. Am I a quant dev? You see me? Quant Devin. Devin. A quant dev is just any kind of quantitative analysis. You know, you develop an analysis. You know, technically every SQL query is quantitative analysis. You know, why does the following strategy not work? Buy at 5, limit sell 5.10. Price goes down by another 5.20. If price goes up, continue buying. It's called martingale. It's called martingaling. Yeah, eventually you run out of bankroll. Yeah, no, it's called a martingale strategy. So I bet $1, I lose. I bet $2, I break even. Bet $1, I win. I'm up $2. Bet $1, I lose. Yeah, so eventually, the double down, you need an infinite bankroll. You also have a little bit of a false presumption baked in there of a 50-50 chance. And even with a 50-50 chance, the variance can be, I actually wrote a paper on this, the variance can get quite wide. So, I mean, even if you're just flipping coins and adding that up round after round after round, the expected value is 0, yes, but the variance is all over the place. You can narrow the variance envelope by diversifying, you know, your bets, right? But still, like it's not always perfectly 0, right? There's always some variance around it, right? So even if you had your perfect 50% chance it goes up 10 cents, 50% chance it goes down 10 cents, like the variance would still be all over the damn place. And again, because there's no edge in that strategy, the expected value is always going to be zero, no matter how many rounds of betting there are, because you have no edge. Eventually, you make enough 10-cent swings to start eating into the bags. This is what that looks like. Yes, eventually, but it will always orbit the expected value of zero because you have no edge. Plus, you pay trading costs, transaction costs. They'll bleed you out over time. That gives you a negative expected value because it's 50-50 plus transaction cost. So now your expected value is negative transaction cost in every transaction. So anyhow, if you add an edge, if you can find an edge, then yeah, the expected value increases over time as you trade it more often, and your probability of losing money goes down with each round of betting, right? So that's sort of the flaw in your thinking there, is that even if you were just doing perfect coin flips, like the variance would still get you. So if you had the infinite bankroll to Martingale, well, now we're just outside of reality. There used to be a cat here on Twitch who would Martingale as a crypto strategy. But the great thing about crypto is that because crypto transactions can be very small, right? It kind of worked. So, you bet like 10 Satoshis, lose, okay, bet 20, lose, bet 40, win, repeat, right? So in the long term, you expect it to break even. And maybe if you get on a lucky run, that happens, you can quit while you're ahead. That's kind of the best case scenario. But still, the math is pretty clear. If you don't have an edge, if there's no positive expected value, you're gonna lose. It's just a matter of time. That's why you shouldn't bet at a Las Vegas casino. Because even if you win, you still have a negative expected value, right? Like, you play enough times, you're going to lose. You're going to lose it all. It's just purely bankroll. It's a bankroll issue, one, but there's no edge, two. So even if you had the infinite bankroll, you don't have a positive expected value. That's all. You need some edge, my friend. You need a 51% chance to win. You know what I mean? That 1% edge. If you can get that edge, then just keep betting, keep betting, keep betting. And over time, that expected value will add up. That's your edge. The edge is sideways trading, where you make enough to make up for the 505 max investment. Nah, wouldn't happen. And okay, in some portion of the simulations, in some portion of possible outcomes, say 5%. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Even with flipping one coin, there is a chance, a non-zero chance of just having an incredible winning streak. It's a very low chance. 2%, 5%. But 95% of the time, it's going to be somewhere between this envelope, right? So yes, DC gigs, yes. If we do it enough times, yes. Maybe the first 100 times we do 100 bets, it loses. But the 101st time might be profitable. But you can't force reality to give you that one time, right? That very low probability. It's the same as your strategy being to win the lottery, right? It's like, yeah, you can't really force the winning ticket into your hand. Anyhow, you need an edge. You need an edge. An edge comes from information. And information doesn't always mean, hey, fucking Elon's gonna be on the cover of Fortune magazine in 25 minutes. That's not what I mean by information. Information as in an information ratio. As in, if this strategy has edge, the ability for us to pick winners should be greater than 50-50. That means that there's some information in the strategy that gives us an edge. This anomaly, just trading this anomaly, gives us this positive accuracy, gives us this higher profitability, because there's some information in that anomaly that is predictive of the thing we're trying to do. So you got to have your 51% chance. You got to have your edge somewhere. And that comes from information. And that information could be, we ran the numbers when we see this anomaly in this context and we trade it with this tactic. The expected performance is actually 60% winners with a 1.1 profit ratio, right? Like, oh, okay, we've got something here. We've got some edge. Something in this strategy is capturing information that is predictive of this tactic performing well in this context. That kind of thing. So what would an anomaly look like? It could be a volume spike in the middle of the trading day that's very unusual for that time of day. It could be that the pre-market trading activity moved the stock more than it has ever moved before in pre-market trading activity. An overnight gap, you might want to think of it like that. That's an anomaly. Is that predictive? I don't know, but it's weird. So let's find every time that weird thing's ever happened, and let's run it on these tactics, and let's see if that anomaly predicts the good performance of this tactic. If it does, then there's some information in that anomaly that tells us this is the right thing to do right now. Right? Oh, I see what you're doing, DC Gigs. I see what you're doing. Are you simulating transaction costs? All right. Here's what you're doing. This is called grid trading or box trading. So you draw lines up and down the Tesla chart every 10 cents or so. And the idea is, well, we have a bullish bias on this stock. So we're going to buy every 10-cent dip on the assumption that it's going to come back by the end of the day, right? Go run the numbers on that. And I mean historically, run the numbers on that. Don't just optimize it for the last 2 weeks and run it on today. That's not a backtest. That's overfitting. What you're going to discover is there is a regime dependency to this particular strategy. It works when the stock is going up because the stock is going up, right? It doesn't work when the stock is going down because the stock is going down, right? If you try to run the same rules on certain classes of stock based on price and statistical properties, or even on a specific stock, just one that you cherry pick, it will work when the stock is going up. It will fail when the stock is going down because the tactic, the strategy, has a bullish bias, right? You need the stock to go up to win, right? You're betting that it won't keep going down. And that works because It's a bear market, or it's a bull market right now. The stocks are going up. If the stocks were going down, it wouldn't work. And you'd be losing money that fast, maybe faster, because you just keep double down the whole way, right? So, you have a tactic to buy and sell when it covers 20 pips. You have an anomaly that you're targeting, you 10-cent drop, 10 pip drop. You need a context that gives this anomaly additional predictive power, right? So if you can come up with a regime filter for bullish versus bearish intraday, which you can't, good luck. It's been tried. I don't mean to discourage you. I'm just being theoretical. Then yeah, you could apply this regime filter. So when the stock is bullish, we want to buy the dips and sell the rips. When it's bearish, we want to sell the rips, buy the dips. Vice versa, right? We want to fade the rips and cover the dips, something like that. Then you'd have a more sophisticated strategy. It would backtest a lot better, right? So what I'm getting at here, and I hope I'm not being condescending or disrespectful, because I don't want to be. I'm just trying to communicate through a fever and a cold sweat. You're getting pretty close. You're getting pretty close to strategizing. Like to this is how you think about strategizing, right? Right now, you're kind of really zoomed in. You're looking at the two stocks, the crypto that you like personally, and you don't realize this yet. But you like it because it's going up. You don't actually believe in Elon Musk. If the stock was going down, you'd say, fuck that fucking F word. I can say it, but I'm not gonna. Fuck that F word. He's a phony. He's a faker. He's a fatty. Fatso. Fat ass. You know, you'd hate Elon if the stock was going down. But the stock's going up. So you're like, oh, I'll try it on that stock because it's going up. You don't realize you've introduced a little bit of your own biases there. And the same with Litecoin. If you go pick like SafeMoon out of a hat, the strategy wouldn't work, right? Because SafeMoon's not going up, right? So, tactic, anomaly, context, and then you start putting these things together, right? And that becomes a strategy. And you can test that strategy to see how well it performs. You don't want a God strategy. One strategy that's always right, that's never wrong, that's always on, that always has a position, that's just up and up and up. It does not exist. Okay? Okay. There is no God strategy. You got to get that out of your head. If you can start thinking in terms of, okay, I want to look for anomalies that I might be able to exploit. You got to zoom out. Forget Tesla. Forget Litecoin. Start thinking in terms of classes, classification, statistics. There's only so many stocks. I want the most liquid ones. We've got all the math for this. I only want the most liquid stocks. Because if I cherry pick Tesla, what does that mean? There's only one Tesla. But if I want a strategy that I can use on highly liquid tech stocks, well, now it's like Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Netflix. You know, you're not just cherry picking Tesla. You're like, I'm looking for this kind of stock, a very liquid stock, a very highly traded stock, right? And I want to look for anomalies in that might help me trade that stock, because those are the kinds of stocks I want to trade, not the stock I want to trade, because who cares about Tesla? Tesla is going to be deader than disco in 10 minutes. Microsoft, never fucking heard of them. The top 20 traded stocks of 10 years from now have not IPO'd yet. So Tesla don't matter, right? So you want to start thinking about like what kind of stocks do I want to trade? Do I even want to trade stocks, right? What kind of trading are you looking to do, right? Because you just think, oh, I just want to make money. Yeah, but say a poker player is like, yeah, I want to make money. Okay, but what kind of game are you going to play, right? Like, you're going to play tight, loose. You're going to play game theory optimum. Are you only going to sit down next to weak hands? Are you only going to play poker when the rodeo's in town and all the drunk cowboys are getting a little tired at 2 a.m. with the time zone difference? Edge, edge, edge. One share at a time? Dude, forget it. The transaction cost would eat you alive. Write this down. The cheapest, I know you think you can get free trades, but you can't. And I don't mean to be condescending. I mean, when you're algo trading, you don't get free trades. This is what you pay. Write this down. 0.0005 cents per share. Minimum $1. That is the most competitive, dirt cheap commission that you will pay to trade stocks in the market today. If you want to algo trade today, that's as cheap as your transactions can be. That's the minimum. So every one of your transactions is $1 to buy, minimum, $1 to sell, minimum. Minimum. Now, if you do the per share math, you see that once you get past 100 shares, 200 shares, it gets more cost efficient. So the costs are less of an issue with scale, right? Up to a certain point. And then you sort of hit optimum efficiency. But because of these fixed trading costs that have minimums, right? Like $1, trading very small positions, like 1 share, 2 shares, 10 shares, is much less cost efficient because you're like more of your profit or more of your transaction costs proportionally is going to that $1, right? So if it's a $50,000 position and only costs me $1 to get it, that's very efficient. But if it's a $1 position and it cost me $1 to get it, then I basically lost it all on the transaction cost. Do we use financial data to select undervalued stocks? No, that's not what we do here. We use historical data to map out anomalies and test how our tactics perform on those anomalies. And then we test if any particular market regime label will add predictive power to that anomaly when we trade it with a certain tactic. We're not trying to predict the future. We're trying to predict the performance of a trading tactic when deployed on a very specific anomaly in a very specific context. That's where we're getting our edge. In theory, we haven't pulled it off yet. But that's what we're trying to do. Aren't Bitcoin transaction costs proportional to the size of the transaction? No, there's minimums there too. On Coinbase, I think Coinbase's transaction fees are significantly higher than that. I was referring to Interactive Brokers, which is the cheapest, most competitive place to trade stocks today. I should have been very specific when I said those transaction costs are regarding stocks, and I should have been very specific to say that I'm talking about Interactive Brokers. That's what I mean when I said the cheapest, because they are the cheapest. They're the best for algorithmic trading. Okay, so Coinbase. All right, let's talk Coinbase. I'm going to cut through all the bullshit. I'm just going to give you a crypto strategy that works. Are you ready? Are you ready? Write this down. Get you a data set. Get a data set of historical crypto trading data. Pick your coin, any coin, doesn't matter. Litecoin, Bitcoin, meme coin, moon coin. Get the data. Bucket the data into days. Sorry, wrong button. Bucket the data into days. So that you have the trading volume, the Bitcoin, the trading volume as measured in dollars. So you're translating the Bitcoin changing hands per day into dollars changing hand per day. And you can calculate that on a day-by-day basis or on a trade-by-trade basis. Doesn't matter. You'll get the same results. So here's what you got. You have the amount of dollar trading volume on each day all the way back to the beginning, okay? Or as far back as your data can go. At least 5 years would be needed. 10 would be better. Sort that data set by volume, by that volume. So just sort it. So lowest to highest. Cut off the bottom 95%. So now you're left with the 5% highest volume days of trading for that coin. Okay? Okay. Now I want you to look at those days. Just those days. In isolation, nothing else. You will immediately realize, wow, on these days, with all of the volume of trading, where it all seems to aggregate in these handful of days each year, it's only going to be about 10 days a year. That's how it works out statistically, 10 to 30 days a year. You're going to notice that on those days, it is not hard to figure out which direction the wind is blowing. You're going to notice, oh wow, it's either going straight up or it's going straight down. The directional bias under these extreme volume conditions becomes very, very self-evident. The simplest technical analysis tactics will work excellently. Here's why you're going to ignore this winning strategy that I just handed to you. I just handed it to you. You can code this in an afternoon. You can deploy it by tomorrow morning. Here's why you're going to ignore it. Because you're already figuring out that it's only going to make a handful of trades per year. Maybe 10, 20 trades in a year. Because it's just not that active that often. That's exactly the point. Most of the time, if you're looking for opportunity in the market, most of the time, there just isn't any. Or it's very subtle. Because the market, not perfect, is very efficient. Most of the time, it's being very efficient. Sometimes, conditions are suboptimum. Chaos reigns. Shit blows up. People fuck up. And every once in a while, there's some new piece of information that's really changing the dynamic here. MicroStrategy is buying up 2% of all Bitcoin. That's a big deal. The United States Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is going into effect in 4 days. Whatever. These tiny little shifts in the landscape and the ecosystem have this massive informational value, very rarely, and a couple of days a year, Bitcoin or whatever starts going up or falling down. But the bulk of the trading volume will be accumulated into those handful of days because that's when the information is getting baked into the price and we're all adjusting our valuation models and hedging accordingly and rebalancing accordingly, etc. That build up, that crack, release point, cascade, feedback loop settles into an equilibrium again. Just like we saw with our eye of the open tactic, or eye of the open anomaly. You see that disruptive effect, a couple of echoes of reacting to the reaction, to the reaction, to the reaction, to the reaction, to the reaction until it hits an equilibrium again. So again, if you only look at the most active trading days for any asset, but let's just say Bitcoin, you will notice it's very, very easy to pick, to figure out which way the wind is blowing. You know, just it's going up, buy it. So that is a working strategy. That is a strategy that works, that makes money. It trades very rarely, but it works. And that's why no one trades it. Or if they do, it's one of many things that they trade. Because no one strategy is the God strategy. No one strategy is always on, always right, always has a position, is always making money. It doesn't exist. Abandon all hope of finding the God strategy. You want to find a handful of modestly profitable strategies that have very little correlation to each other. That's the Holy Grail. That's what we're hunting for. A handful of small edges that have nothing to do with each other, that we can diversify against each other, reducing the variance, increasing the predictability of the performance, and if there is profit, decreasing the chance of ever losing money. I know what I'm talking about, guys. I worked at Goldman Sachs for 7 years. Woo! Straight to hell. Sorry. Straight to hell. Oh, fuck, I made the list. Quick, roach out. We're on the list. Good for him, man. Once he had 90,000 viewers, good. He's gonna be on Kai Cenat next week, dude. Good for him. I know that this is just hell for him, and he cannot see how much he is winning right now. But holy fuck, Thor, are you winning, dude? And that's this. He doesn't even see it. He thinks he's being attacked. He thinks he's under attack. You are under attack. They're trying to drown you in all that money. All of these haters are pissing money on your face in the hopes that you drown in it. He's winning so hard and he just doesn't even know it. It's like Gabe, you know, does nothing, wins everything. How do I know so much about this brain rot? While I was laying in bed all week with a flop sweat and a fever, all I could do was just listen to all of the YouTube OnlyFans drama. I was so addicted to it. It was like Johnny Depp trial for me all over again, dude. I was just laughing to the point of like wheezing. I think he's going to be a much better man for this. I really do. I think we've all had to have a little moment where we get called out on some bullshit, and we're better for it. I've been there. I'm glad my moment was not live in front of the world, but I have had friends sit me down and be like, listen, Algo, you're kind of full of shit, and it's time that we do something about that. Your friends really care about you when they give you that kind of intervention, you know. Did he not actually work at Blizzard? It's unclear. I think he was like an intern or something, but he quit after, what did he say? Seven, did he say 7 months or 7 years? Is it like is it months or years? I forget. But anyhow, he just, according to him, the corporate world wasn't for him. And you know what? I understand that. I don't last too long in a corporate environment either. It's just absolutely toxic if you have kind of a strong personality. I certainly do. He certainly does. I could imagine me and him being like, yeah, fuck this place, for similar reasons. Anyhow, you don't last too long, period. They say that's very normal for men of a certain age, 1 in 5. Go nofap. This helps me. Go nofap for like 2 weeks. It'll kind of reset all the nerve endings. And and no more dry fun. Only wet fun. You understand what I'm telling you? No, lube it up, buddy. It's the dryness that's making you too sensitive. Learn that the hard way. Oh yeah, sorry, we're talking about algorithmic trading, not nutting too quickly. How do I get started in algo trading? Well, first, don't nut too quickly. I know how to trade. Oh, sweet. You have a profitable system. Even better. How can you start with the language of concepts for algorithmic trading? Walk me through your system. You don't have to give me the details. When you say you've got a profitable trading system, do you mean like you're using tasty trade type tactics to collect uncorrelated credit spreads, that kind of stuff? Or do you mean like you're doing some kind of a statistical arbitrage where it's very rigid? It's when this value exceeds this other threshold, you long this and short that in this proportion? Is it like a pairs trade type thing, or just kind of generally speaking? Or is it just like, hey, when the RSI is above this and then the 200 crosses the 60, I'm pretty good at figuring out if that's going to be a winner? Is that what you mean? Hopefully I didn't miss the guy. In cybersecurity, okay. Yeah, well, Blizzard's famous for underpaying people. Yeah. You're using TA? Okay. Well, we do have a little thing here for that. Oh, okay. Open range, volume profile, and then you just trade the breakout, right? You used to trade with order flow and footprints. Okay. Well, like a volume profile, right? Like a side-looking volume profile, right? Okay. Yeah, we've got a couple opening range tactics that we've coded up here, which we haven't really used yet. We just stacked up a bunch of them, which we haven't put into production. Let's see, 5-minute long short, opening bell, bullish and bearish, pre-market drift, high of day and low of day, 52-week high and low, eye of the open. And yeah, these two are already in production. These need to be optimized. Volume profile, looking at reversal zones. Okay. You're probably... Is your strategy at all discretionary? Do you decide take the trade? Do you decide how to take the trade? Or is it very strict, mathematically defined, quantitative thresholds, right? Because if it's like, okay, I look at the volume profile and I get a feel for it, I get a sense of it, and if I suspect that it might, that's discretionary. There's nothing wrong with that. If you are one of those rare humans that can look at it and feel it and fuck it, Billy, you don't need an algorithm. You need a cup of coffee, maybe a blowjob. Get back to work. You need a cup of coffee, you need a massage, get back to work, and a bankroll. That's all you need. No, okay, so defined by a threshold and a time frame at the open and close. Okay, so you're basically just doing an opening range breakout strategy. Then just code that. Yeah, it's super simple. You need to get a data source. You need to figure out how to start coding like online data analysis. Online doesn't mean on the internet. It means like on an assembly line, like data point, data point, data point, data point. Do you have something that can take those incoming data points, go, oh, this is the first minute, so let's start tracking the range. Okay, end of the first minute, we're done tracking the range, and we're going to go ahead and set 2 virtual orders to fill on either side of the range. So if we break out higher, it's gonna do a bullish trade, and if it breaks out lower, it's gonna do a bearish trade automatically upon crossing the thresholds. And if that doesn't cross in 10 minutes, we take the orders off. Boom. Done. You just got to code that. Hey, CFG, run the numbers. You don't need to do anything fancy there, man. Go to Claude, go to GPT, say create a spreadsheet of every major crypto conference in the last 5 years. And then go see, what if I bought Bitcoin a week before, a month before, 2 months before each one of these dates? You'll get a big spreadsheet that says, in this column is if you bought it a week before this thing, 2 days, 3 days, whatever. You see any green spots in there? Oh, hey, yeah, no, if we buy it 4 days before this conference, 9 out of 10 times, it's going to be higher, 4 days later. There you go. You could have that test done in 2 hours. Yeah. The infrastructure we built? Yeah, sure. So we've got just about everything Dockerized. So it's really simple and easy to deploy. So we have our data lake, which is literally a bunch of Parquet tables and a query service. We have a data collection stack, which pulls stock data every day from our data source providers, historical data. Our data lake is 600 gigs now. It's sort of on ice until we're ready to scale it up. When we scale it up, it's going to be 15 terabytes. So anyhow, we have our data lake, our data collector. We have our strategy discovery stack, which is this one right here. This is a tool that we created for discovering trading strategies. It's really cool. As these fine gentlemen in the chat, I don't mean to presume your gender, but these fine business people in the chat, these very, very good-looking, very intelligent people, are discussing back and forth. Hey, what about this idea? What about that idea? I got an idea for strategy, and I keep saying, test it. This is how you can test it. This is how you can test it. This is how you should test it. Go test it. I built a platform to rapidly test my ideas, right? Now, instead of me having to come up with a strategy, we come up with strategy components. A component might define a universe of stocks you're interested in trading. That universe could just be, here's everything owned by Elon Musk. Here's the top 10 highest dollar volume stocks today. Here's the 5 most popular stocks this year, whatever. You can have a universe that defines stocks you might be interested in trading, or crypto, or whatever. Context or regime models, which label market regimes, bullish, bearish, Democrats are in the White House, Super Bowl's next week, earnings report is imminent, whatever. You can come up with all types of meaningful labels very easily. And you have your signals, which are the anomalies that might be something we might want to trade. We don't know, but we know it's there. We can detect it accurately. Whatever it is, whatever the anomaly is, we can flag it, we can detect it, we can call out the event when it happens. So let's see what happens in the simulator, when we try a bunch of different tactics on that anomaly every time we detect it, and in all of these different contexts, and then from that data, we can derive all of the discrete strategies, right? And those strategies are expressed in this sort of tree. I know it's very confusing. But it sort of represents the rule structure. We're going to have a better graphing library over the weekend. But yeah, you can see, like, okay, we're searching this universe for signals from this model. Here's one of the signals. We pair it with this tactic. We take all of the trades except in extreme trading volume, and that's a strategy, right? Same. So we're taking none of the trades except for the ones in extreme trading volume. That's a strategy, right? So it becomes a strategy search engine. So I can have a strategy search space that says, hey, I'm trying to find strategies that work from in this time range, right? Say the last 6 months, last 6 years, whatever. Okay, well, what kind of strategies do you want to find? Well, we're interested in stock trading strategies. So we're going to have universes of highly tradable stocks. Tradable meaning liquid, easy to get in and out. Lots of people trading it, high volume. Oh, we want to scalp. We want quick in and out trades. So we're going to have tactics for scalping. And then we're going to see if any of those tactics are able to exploit any of these anomalies, which we think might be good for scalping, so on and so forth. And so every possible strategy spills out. We prune any that are identical to one we've already discovered so that there can't be redundant strategies. We always prefer the simplest rule set to produce a set of trades. So anyhow, the thinking is we can use this to model an idea, just an idea, not even a strategy, just, hey man, have you ever noticed that right after the opening bell, like within 100 milliseconds or nanos, I think these are nanoseconds, within a couple of nanoseconds of the opening bell, everything just kind of goes calm for a second. You ever notice that? That's weird. Let's see if that's in the data. Oh, hey, look, it is. You can see it gets, there's the open, the calm, and then it picks up again. Oh, hey, it's there. Let's build a model that flags that calm right after the open. We'll call it the eye of the open. Bingo, bango. Translate it into SQL, wrap the SQL in Java, throw it into production, and boom, there it is, the eye of the open. Now we have this anomaly into an anomaly detector that we can deploy on a universe of stocks to detect every time that anomaly happened in that universe of stocks, right? And then we can see how our different tactics perform on it, and then we can filter those resultant sets of trades by different market contexts or market regimes, blah, 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 blah. It's a search engine. It's trying all the possible combinations to find all possible strategies and then only keeping the simple ones, right? Like if it's ridiculously complicated, we don't care. So this is my trading strategy search engine. Now, when we find strategies that we like, we can deploy them into production, which right now is just a dashboard covering live trading operations. Not much to see. It'd take me like 2 minutes to boot it up, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, we did have an anomaly model for Elon tweeting until they closed off the Twitter API. When we ran the historical numbers, we determined the thresholds of trading activity that we would want to see in conjunction with an Elon Musk tweet to determine if it's an actionable tweet, if the market is actually reacting to it or not. We did all that analysis. We got it going good. And then almost immediately, Elon shut out the Twitter API. You fucking son of a bitch. You rat bastard! He didn't show up to my 9th birthday. Fucking, and now this? I get it. Who cares about the first kid? Scrape, they are vigilant about that. They are very good. You can't scrape it. Go try. It's shockingly hard, dude. They have a very locked down API. Yeah, not only is it rate limited, but you can, like, even with a paid account, you can only load so many tweets a day before they'll just give you the same ones over again for exactly that reason. The API is their bread and butter. That's all of the value of Twitter as an infosphere is contained in that API. That they charge top dollar for it. Yeah, like 40. Yeah, I heard 50 G's a month. So that sounds about right. Yeah. I think when Elon first flipped it over, it was 5 G's a month. And people were like, fuck you. And he was like, I guess I'm not charging enough then. How about 50 G's a month? Well, Mr. Musk, that's a very interesting, proposition. 40 G's, we're going to have to reassess the value of this asset if you're charging so much for it. Anyhow, so that's what we're doing here. What's up, Freak Devil? Did I get rated and not realize it? No, okay. Yeah, so this is my trading strategy discovery platform. It's the whole thing is kind of called Moneypenny. If you smiled, then we're friends now. So yeah, this is Moneypenny. It's my algorithmic trading platform. We've got discovery up and running. We can discover strategies. We can deploy strategies into live production. Now we're trying to focus our attention on coming up with good strategies that we can deploy. Good strategies require good strategy components. You need a collection of components with a complementary theme to discover certain classes of strategies. So that's what we're going to be focusing all of our attention on for the rest of the month. And it is my ambition that by the end of the month, we will have some worthwhile trading strategies. Maybe not super profitable, super exciting, but at least they'll be trading. We can just be paper trading all throughout February. I don't care if it's red or green or who cares. I just want the system to be running so that we can focus on stability. Stability, robustity, fail safety. We got to start figuring out how it's going to break before it breaks so that it doesn't break with my money running through it. You know what I mean? Your money, I don't give a shit. My money, that's a different story. My money, we're going to do unit tests. Your money, we'll test in production. It's not like it's my money. I was on a conference call. No, I wasn't. I was not on a conference call. I was never on a conference call with the chief risk officer when he laughed and said, who cares? It's all insured anyway. That didn't happen. You know why that didn't happen? Because they sent a letter to my mother's house to remind me of all the shit I didn't see, didn't hear, didn't read, didn't happen, didn't witness. I got a nice letter saying, hey, just a reminder, shut your fucking mouth. We read it on stream. I think my former employer is in trouble. I don't think they even know I stream. I think they just sent out everybody who used to work in the risk department a reminder, shut the fuck up letter. It's like, hey, our good friend is about to take his new job at the White House, so why don't you keep your fucking mouth shut for the next week? Don't fuck this up, Algo. And then, oh no, and then Hindenburg closed their doors. The last good short seller. That's not true. David Tepper is still short selling out there. Which one of you ratted me out? Yeah. It's true. Let's see. Thoughts on black box machine learning approaches. It needs to be explainable. If you came up with this brilliant neural network that could day trade like a god, how does it work? We don't know. Why did it make that trade? I don't know. It thought it was a good trade to make, I guess. when the performance starts declining? How do you fix it? I don't know. We don't even know what it was keying off on in the first place. See, that's neural nets. They can be described as geometric shapes. I wouldn't say they can be explained, but we're getting there. Yeah, I'm not an expert on that stuff. Maybe it's a lot more explainable than I think. But it's the same problem with the self-driving car, right? Self-driving car crashes itself into a tree. Why did it do that? It got confused. Yeah, but why? I don't know. We'd have to dig through the neural network, and the best we could give you is a few imbalanced neurons, right? We can't exactly say why it got confused. We could hypothesize. Anyhow, that's why I don't really like black box. If you know what's inside the black box, then that's fine. That your clients might not know. They won't want to invest with you, but and just so you know, there are no like secret strategies on Wall Street. No one will invest in your fund if they do not understand what your strategies are doing. And you have to tell them what you're doing. You don't have to specifically say your edge, but you have to say we're trading this asset class in such a way. You have to draw the outline of, what you're doing here so that they know you're not going to exceed these lines, these limits. You're going to stay in the box, whatever's in the box, you're going to stay here. Because if you break those rules, that's securities fraud. That's how Martin got in trouble. He was authorized to do certain types of investments, certain types of trades. He went outside that box. That made it securities fraud. Let's see. You have a momentum-based algorithm. It buys in favorable areas. Cool. But the problem is your code for buying and selling is extremely naive. Buy one, sell one. Oh, so you need like position sizing and risk management. Yeah. The first book on the list. Evaluation and optimization of trading strategies. That's a good place to start. That'll help you take like your basic, one on, one off and turn that into something a little more nuanced. It's also like a reference book. You don't have to read the whole thing. You can just flip to the part that you need. It's free. It's out there. If you Google it, it's like the first thing that comes up. Hopefully that helps. And if not, just pop in the Discord, DM me, whatever. I'm just chilling. Have I heard of a lean open source algorithmic trading engine? I'm sure there's one out there. Oh, you mean lean as in the name of it? No, I don't know that one specifically. It's The Tapestry from Wanted. I haven't seen that movie in forever. That was the guy from X-Men First Class, right? Somebody asked about a specific person whose name I'd never heard before, and it slipped right by me. Whatever. Yeah, TA is a cult of charlatans and ignorant amateurs. I used to be one. Yeah, James McAvoy. Yeah, love that guy. That was before he got like super famous. Yeah, here's the Discord. Everybody. Oh. Here's the Discord link. Hidden. Use copy button. I'm getting that damn Discord bug again where I click to copy it and it copies the filler. This is a bug in Discord. I'm hitting the copy button, but it's copying hidden use copy button. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god, it won't let me do a goddamn Discord invite. This is embarrassing. I did everything wrong. I'm absolutely correct in this. I mean, I did nothing wrong. I'm absolutely correct. Oh my God, I can't do it. What the hell, dude? What the hell, man? I'm using the copy button. I'm clicking the copy button. It's highlighting that text and copying it. This is a bug in Discord, man. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's streamer mode. I think it does that with streamer mode. Hold on. Yeah, it does. It's streamer mode. Okay. That's a stupid bug when streamer mode is turned on. There's our Discord invite, everybody. Yeah, yeah. So if you have any questions about any of those books, or you just want to throw some ideas at me, I'm in there. Just so you know, Algo, I have an idea for a strategy. Do you think this will work? I will always tell you the same thing. I do not know, and I cannot know unless I run the numbers. So run the numbers. If you don't know how to run the numbers, come to me with your idea. I will tell you how to run the numbers. I will teach you how to run the numbers. If running the numbers involves a data set that I have and you cannot afford, legally, I can't share my data with you. But we'll figure out how to test your idea. Okay? Because I know this shit is expensive. It is. We pay hundreds of dollars a month for our data sets. We have to pay hundreds of dollars a month more just to be able to hold the data and query the data. Now, I've got all of that infrastructure in place right now. So if you have an idea and you want to test it, you don't have to do all the building and stuff. If we can express that idea, we can test the idea. Now, if you come to me with like, hey man, when the RSI is above this and the MA crosses that, we're not doing that. But if you're like, hey man, I noticed this weird thing that happened in Tesla yesterday. Could you take a look at this? Is this weird? How often does this happen? That's what we're looking for. This is kind of weird. How often does this happen? Hey Algo, did you notice? Were you looking at Meta the other day? Did you see it like no trades for 45 seconds after the opening bell? Was that real? How often does that happen? That's something where we can. Oh, okay. Let's run the query, and oh, hey, look at that. That's interesting. Bam, bam, bam. Then it's a component. Then it's a strategy, and then we're making the money, and yeah. So always happy to help. Always happy to help. Yeah, actually, let's add that as a component. Yeah. And there is a flip side to that coin too. If the component unlocks a profitable strategy, I will give you royalties. Okay? Because I can test exactly how much value that one idea unlocks. And if it's for reals, I will pay you commission on every dollar I make forever. Because this is not about the money for me. This is about doing it. This is about doing it instead of just dreaming about it, instead of just thinking about it. Like, let's do it. What if we can actually generate those returns? I don't give a fuck about $1 billion. I don't give a fuck about $100,000. That's plenty for me. If we can really build something here, I want to have the kind of research firm where somebody can come in with one good idea, one really good idea, code it in one day, and leave, and never come back. and live off of those royalties that idea generates for the fund. That's my vision. Is that if you pick a ripe enough piece of low-hanging fruit, that's it. You're done. You don't ever have to lift another finger for me. You're set for life. Have a nice day. You want to go garden? Go garden. Somebody will show up at your house with a paper bag full of money, Breaking Bad style, fucking throw it at you. Said, Algo says that's your cut. Then he's going to peel off out of there. That's how I want to do things. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me that partner. Give me that partner. Give it to me. I did everything right. I did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm going crazy over this all fucking day. You sons of bitches. Just fucking give it to me. How we doing? How we doing? I need, come on, guys. You're killing me. I need another 80 plus day. I gotta have that 80 plus day. Come on. We're getting there, baby. We're getting there. We just gotta hang on for another couple minutes and let it pull that average up. Pull that average up. How y'all doing? It's good to be back. I know we're not getting a whole lot done, but we're making new friends. We're setting some of these young minds in the right direction. Hungry minds. Hungry. We're setting them in the right direction. We're getting them the right books. We're getting them the right ideas in their head so they can start thinking about this tactically, strategically. It's not a chart. It's a market. When you look at the chart, you're looking at the clouds. Those are shapes and clouds. That's how the wind was blowing yesterday. You need to be thinking about which way is the wind blowing right now. Don't be looking at shapes in the clouds. Which way is the wind blowing right now? Start thinking. Martin said he traded the majority of his Sava shorts on another account. That's what me and Macrovest were speculating. Oh, by the way, shout out Macrovest, everybody. He's one of the greatest minds on investment Twitch. If you're not following this guy, you're fucking up. If you're following me, if you're following StockTrek, you got to be following this guy too. All right? This guy's smart as fuck. I think it's time for him to get rid of the gay bears icon because that's kind of a circa 2019 meme. I don't know, but he still loves it. Anyhow. Yeah. So, me and Macro were speculating that, either Shkreli flubbed that Sava short or he's got more than one account. I figure if he crushed the short, you would basically want to bust that into a couple of different accounts because you'd have like $5 million. So you'd say, okay, this is my fuck off money. I'm gonna go ahead and put that over here. This is my fuck you money, my fortress of solitude. Everybody knows what to do when you're up $2.5 million. Even I know what to do when you're up $2.5 million. You buy a fucking house, a Japanese economy shitbox car, a roof that's gonna last 30 years. You put the rest in the S&P 500 at 7 to 30% annual returns, and that's it. That's your fucking base, baby. You are done. Doesn't matter. You can lose every trade forever. You're set. You got a house, a car, a family. It's all paid for, and fuck you. That's what you do when you're up big. So yeah, me and Macro were speculating that because this was his first big knock it out the park win that didn't involve a rug pull since he got out of prison, he probably would go ahead and put aside some rainy day money in case he needs a lawyer someday. In case the Southern District of New York suddenly gets interested in where the seed money for that Interactive Brokers account came from. TJT coin. Anyhow. But it's also possible he just flubbed it. Remember, going into that Sava short, all of his hedges expired the Friday before the Monday that it paid out. So he either rolled all the hedges which would have been expensive and risky, but if it's an all-in bet, that's what you do. Or he executed his in-the-money options, his in-the-money hedge options to lighten his position going into the weekend. And then Monday morning comes around, the catalyst hit, and he missed it. Or he missed a lot of it. That's some speculation. We don't know. Martin is not the most transparent trader in the world, especially when he loses. So yeah, we were speculating that he might have more than one account, which would explain why, you had $2 million in an account going into a trade that should have made you $5 million. And then afterwards, you only had $2 million in the account. So what happened? Who knows? Only he knows. He's under no obligation to show us his trading records. Still, let it never be said, no one can ever say that Martin Shkreli is a coward, because these trades involve balls of steel. I don't care if it's stolen money. Balls of steel to make some of these trades. Are they smart trades? Absolutely fucking not. I mean, some of them are, but not the way he's doing it. Not these all-in, leveraged to within 5% of my fucking maintenance margin. When your net lick and your maintenance margin are this close to each other. Dude, you're pushing it. You're pushing it too fucking far. Anyhow. Do I think Hindenburg was pressured by the SEC due to them drastically affecting No, quite the opposite. The last few Hindenburg reports failed to have any impact. The last few Hindenburg reports did nothing, dude. Go check it. I've been following them for a while, and they haven't really had an out-of-the-park hit since, Luck and Coffee. The Aldani group, that blew up in their face when they went to go short Axos Financial. That blew up in their face. That stock has tripled since they put out their short report saying that the books are cooked. They're deep in with the Gambino crime family. The CEO's laundering money for sanctioned persons, oligarchs and shit. The stock has tripled. Nikola, yeah, it's really hard. Well, no, Nikola was one of their big wins because they showed that they were pushing the thing downhill. They're pushing the gas-powered truck downhill. Yeah, I remember that. I remember Martini Rita she just went fucking ballistic over that one when she found out it was all fake. She was a mentor of mine at the time. And yeah, she was big into Nikola until it started unraveling, and she just went fucking Rambo on that stock, dude. She's fuck it, just deep in the woods with a Bowie knife, getting her money back out of that stock. Good for her. Does Rita still stream? Does Martini Rita, she still stream on Twitch? I need to reach out to her, man. I owe her dinner. She took me out to a really nice steak dinner when we met in Denver. Just absolutely charming. And her husband is just, oh, what a sweetheart. What a sweetheart, that guy. Why do we IPO so early? Oh, to raise capital. You do an IPO when your company needs money for something. That's when, if you just need a little money, you do private equity. Hey, man, we'll sell you 5% of the company for $20 million so that we can finance building this new factory, so that we can finance this R&D, so we can finance this lawsuit, expand the company, whatever. Small money. You go to private equity, rich people. You need big money. We need to raise $100 billion to get a jet fighter factory assembly line up and running in the next 12 months. Like Anduril. Anduril's about to have an IPO. Now, Palmer Luckey was on Bloomberg this morning saying, we believe in America and we want every American to be able to own this stock and share in our... Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking lie to me. Don't you fucking gaslight me. You fucking military defense contracting, fucking blood money, fucking call it what it is. We need to raise $100 billion immediately to start mass producing these AI-powered fighter jets for America and America's interests abroad. Like, we need to raise capital. Like, to say we think every American should be able to own this wonderful stock. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Especially if it's working. Especially if you're making money. If it's profitable and you don't need to go raise capital. Because that's debt. Raising money is going into debt sometimes. You know, because you got to borrow the money. But if you're getting it from an IPO, you're not borrowing it. People are buying shares of the company. And you just get to keep and use the money. That's what it's for. So yeah, that's why you IPO, because you need to get a lot of money really quick, more than you could ever hope to raise in the private equity market. So you take it to the public equity market. You have an IPO, initial public offering. And there's a couple of different ways to do it. In some cases, you'll pre-sell all the shares to like Goldman, and they'll go make the market for you with the shares that you sold them. And, you know, you basically get your money from Goldman, and Goldman gets their money from making the market. Or you can do a direct listing, which is we, the company, are the sellers of the stock on the market. As in IBM Incorporated, have a desk somewhere in the company that controls a lot of IBM stock, and they are literally selling it into the stock market directly on Interactive Brokers, wherever. Kind of like a farmer would issue a forward into a futures market. Same thing. Do people trust it more if the bank checked it first? No, the bank doing it is the old way, and the direct listing is the new way. So you're cutting out the middleman now. You're saying, you know, fuck you, Goldman Sachs. We'll sell the stock ourselves. This shit's so good, we don't need you to sell it. This is like cocaine with gold in there. It's good shit. This is like cocaine that cures cancer. We don't need your help to sell it. And yeah, I think that's probably what Andra will do, is they'll just have a direct listing, because you make more money. You can decide how many shares are going in. You can decide what you're charging for them. So if your internal numbers say that it's worth $80 a share and it's only trading at $60 a share, you can still sit there and just only sell it at $80 a share. It's your prerogative. You control the supply. It's pretty cool. So anyhow, yeah, IPOs are a great thing. The reason that we haven't seen a lot of them is because if you have a company that is very profitable and making a lot of money, you don't need an IPO. And if you have a company that could make a lot of money, if only it had the right investments, these days you're more likely to get bought up by Google or Amazon or Meta. If you really have something competitive or something that they need or something that they want to get into, you don't get to an IPO. You don't even want an IPO. You take your company to Google and say, please buy us for $10 billion. And they will. If you have something they want, they don't want to let you go public, because then you'll be competition and they'd have to acquire you in an all-stock deal or do a merger or do some intellectual property dispute. If they could just buy you while you're little, they'll do it. So a lot of these hot new companies have gotten gobbled up by these big tech behemoths, and they never made it to an IPO. But the big tech companies get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because OpenAI didn't have an IPO. It got bought by Microsoft. You know, Oculus Quest did not have an IPO. It got bought by Meta, by Facebook, who became Meta, right? Same thing. Refresh, please. Oh, this isn't going to update till the end of the day. This will update at like midnight. It was 0.75 yesterday. So anyhow, what's our big number at? If you don't know, we're kind of farming the number today, because if I get one more 75 average viewer stream, I am a partner. Not guaranteed, But when this rolls over to 75 out of 75, this turns into a button that says apply for partner. And though everybody has told me I will not get it my first time, I believe that is legacy. I believe that is legacy because I know two people who have numbers very comparable to mine, who I would even say in some cases I have better numbers than them. Were both made partner on their first application with bare minimum numbers. So I think I'm going to be okay. I think they changed the policy recently to be a little more lenient. Because Twitch is dying. Because year over year for 2 years running, Twitch numbers are declining overall. So it makes sense that they would loosen up the rules a little bit. Not Kick, TikTok. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, live streaming is everywhere now. So a lot of competition. Yeah, exactly. The peak numbers were the pandemic. Well, 2 years afterwards, but yeah. Big time. Big time. What trend line should draw from the RSI? I don't want to think about technical analysis. Why stream? Why not code? Well, today specifically, as I speak, I have a flop sweat and a fever, and I'm very lightheaded, so I can't code today. I've been sick in bed for a week, watching this get just to the precipice and start rolling back. So I just wanted to stream today to kind of get out of bed, on my feet, so to speak, get the jabber box working again, get my endurance up, because I'm telling you guys, I've never been this sick in my life. This is awful. I probably look a little paler than normal. I feel it. So yeah, that's why we're just kind of chit-chatting about streaming and the meta of streaming and the streaming community today. Tomorrow and Sunday, I probably will not be streaming because I'm still recovering, but I will be able to work, so I'll be getting a lot of work done. And Monday, we will be back to normal, and from here on, for the rest of the year, if the world does not explode Monday morning, we will be focusing all of our attention on, yes, discovering strats all day long. All day long. That's what we're going to be doing. All day long. We've got our strategy discovery pipeline. We've got a pipeline of components that we want to build. We're going to brainstorm some more because we're already running out of ideas. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. So hopefully by the end of the month, we have discovered some stuff that's at least fun to trade. And by Valentine's Day, it'll be just beat steady, focus on system stability, finding better strategies, and away we go. The alternative is that we don't find any particularly exciting strategies and we start to question the validity of our search algorithm. But yeah, that's exactly the plan, my friend. Strategies, trading operations, bing, bang, boom, bells and whistles. We're right there if I can just stop flop sweating. God, this sucks. The whole time I'm streaming, it's just wave after wave of just like cold sweat, clammy. God, I need a shower. It sucks. Ugh. Don't get sick, guys. This is the worst flu. I have never been this sick in my whole life, except for like some really scary moments as a child. Don't catch this flu. This one really sucks. Oof. Good God, Asmon's got 126,000 viewers. Oh, it's all the. I'll bet Thor rated them. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. That's the only way that's gonna happen. Oh man, I tell you, gang, I'm just dead on dead. Ah, how about y'all? How y'all doing? Stomach fever, chills, a little bit of cough, body pain. Yeah, yeah. Um, the stomach is just dizzy. It's not nausea, but it's like dizzy, right? The cough, the fever, the chills. Yeah, it sucks. It's awful. I'm still going through it. Like I got so dizzy at the beginning of the stream, I thought I was gonna have to punch out. Woo! About the streamers and you're a zoomer. I watch a lot of Twitch. I'm terminally online. And then again, the whole week I was in bed. I couldn't do anything but just sit there and listen to YouTube videos. So when every content creator switched to the controversy, it was just, oh, I guess I'm listening to this channel now. I could seriously write you a PhD thesis on it at this point. Is our auto trading program making us money? No, no. We just got live trading ops up and running and then upgraded our discovery algorithm so it's a lot faster. And that's when I got knocked out. We were focusing on churning out these new strategy components that Thursday. And yeah, Friday I woke up with like the bullfrog throat thing and I was like, yeah, I can't stream. Then I couldn't sleep until Monday, couldn't eat until Wednesday. And I'm still dying here. Yeah, yeah, we did the SQL upgrade. It works great. It works really, really great. We restructured our strategy discovery algorithm into a SQL superquery. So the vast majority of ETL work is now done by a single superquery, which executes in like microseconds. It's really great. So we get all this like prepped, ready to go data that we can just we deserialize it, we shove it straight into an inference algorithm, and out pops all of the strategies in damn near real time. Damn near real time. Like I'll refresh it. That's how fast. That's how fast the inference algorithm works. Instant. Instant. And that includes the time to query the data set. It's not just rendering. See? Strategies discovered. It's just damn near instant. Now, we're not really pushing the limits of big data yet. Say this is a handful of components, 24,000 data points, only 40 trades. So it's not a lot of permutation for it to work with. But, you saw how it was last week. It was slow as molasses. It took like a minute and a half to do that. Now it's damn near instant because the bulk of the work was all of the ETL. You got to take the raw data, translate it into certain types, tag it, cross-reference to generate all the tags. You got to transform these on-off switches into on states with start and stop times. Huge pain in the ass. But we did it. We did it. So what did this end up being? This is ridiculously huge SQL query. It's like 320 lines and 11,500 characters. It's ridiculous how big this query is. But we created this query. We generated this query using a Python library called IBIS, I-B-I-S, which lets you do this data frame, this pandas data frame-like analysis, and then you can compile it down into SQL. And then you can just whoosh, fire that at your database in production. Out pops the finished product. Isn't that so fucking cool? No, we don't have to worry about any of that with SQL. We don't. The SQL engines are so fucking fast now. They're so fucking fast now. That what took us several minutes to do in Java, instant in SQL. No, don't be sleeping on SQL, man. It's a whole new ball game. We use a couple of different databases. We're using QuestDB for flight recorder telemetry. So all of our data streams are being CC'd, as well as all of our telemetry is going into a QuestDB for the benefit of our dashboards and state recreation. We use DuckDB for our query service for the data lake because it's very highly optimized for that particular use case. And we use SQLite for the strategy discovery engine because DuckDB does not handle table relationships very well if you want to delete stuff. Like cascading deletes, it doesn't support that. It took us a while to figure that out. So we use SQLite for that. Just because it makes it easier to like add and remove components from a search space. What do I mean by data lake? I mean, I have a table that I can query like a database table, but it's so big that it cannot exist in any database technology. Like you would need 15 terabytes of RAM. So there's this technique called Parquet. So you can save the table as a file, as a series of files that are binary in nature. So it's already like 95% compressed. Super efficient querying. And each one of the files, they're partitioned by like a date or some logical thing that's built into the query. So the query engine knows go directly to this file. So you can query billions, trillions of rows on very modest hardware at very high speeds. So that's how we can have 600 gigabytes of highly compressed, binary formatted columnar stock data and still query it in real time as if it was in a living database. Pretty cool, right? The catch is that it's read-only. So you can't like amend it. Like amending it is to sort of add a file to the set of files, right? If you wanted to change an existing point in it, you'd have to recompile that file. So there's some catches. But if you have read-only, really big data, it's perfect. That's in SQLite. Oh, that's in anything. It's just called a Parquet table. Parquet table. So SQLite can do that. I think SQLite can do that. DuckDB can do that. It's really all about your SQL engine. But the Parquet is compiled by like PyArrow or one of those kind of libraries. There's things for creating parquets and there's things for querying parquets. But it's like a standard format. Like HTML is a standard format. So like Parquet is a table format. So if you have a big Parquet table, if you have a couple of big Parquet tables, it's safe to call it a data lake just because it's so goddamn big. It's much bigger than a database. Have I used KSQL or KDB Plus before? No. KSQL is pretty popular in the finance world, but very few people actually use it. Like we all use it, but how often do you need to go write it, right? Like some guy did a couple years ago, and that's what we use here, right? Like, yeah, we use KSQL. No one here has written a KSQL query. I've run into that before. Where it's like, yeah, it's in the stack somewhere. No one knows how to use it. What's the process to add new records? Kind of like a snail trail, you generate the next file in the sequence. So if you're using this to record like your logs, every day you're generating a terabyte of log entries. Okay, at the end of every day you'll take your log entries for that day and you'll compress it into a Parquet, a table, the partition of the table for just that day. And so your terabyte of log entries boils down to one 50 gigabyte Parquet file or a handful of Parquet files adding up to about 50 gigs for that day. And it becomes this like amending process where you're just adding files to the set. Each one sort of goes to the bottom of the data set. So we have a service that we run just to update all of our data sets. Our data collection stack. So it'll pull the latest stock data, ticks and quotes, plus aggregations into days and minutes for every stock on the US market. And we run that every day. It downloads it. We've got another service that collects metadata about the stocks from our data provider, like, the ticker AAPL belongs to the company Apple. It's currently trading at a post-split of like 7-1 versus this date, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All the metadata that you would need. How large is my data lake? It's 600 gigs. It goes back to 2003. I think January 2003. All stocks on the U.S. market, 2003 to present day. I think the last time we updated it was last week. I'm probably going to run this at the end of the day. We're kind of getting into a once every Friday habit. We only have... So here's something to think about. So 600 gigabytes, right? And that covers 2003 to present day. But we only have maximum resolution data for 3 months. That's not any kind of limitation. We did that artificially just to say, hey, it's going to take 500 gigs of data to represent 3 months of ticks and quotes for US stocks. Just 3 specific months. 500 gigs of data for ticks and quotes. The other 100 gigs is everything else in our data lake. So we only have that 3 months for our tests, for running our strategy discovery tests, just because the data is so huge. When we're ready to scale up completely, our data lake will be 15 terabytes. I do not have the hardware in my apartment for that data right now. I just don't. I have a 2 terabyte limit on my M2 drive. And we're running all this on my local machine just because it's way too expensive to host this data on the cloud. You have no idea how it would cost hundreds of dollars a month, thousands of dollars a month to host this data on the cloud and actually use it. So I have to host this data locally. It's the only way to do it. Anyhow, when we scale up, we're going to go from 600 gigs to 15 terabytes. Right now it's 600 gigs, and most of that 600 gigs is just covering 90 days of maximum resolution data. Terabytes, sorry, 16 terabytes. Did I say gigs? Whatever. You're confusing me, number. So yeah, it's our data lake's big. It's going to get a lot bigger when we're ready to scale it up. What's the rest per second? You can have multiple parquets. Yeah, you can merge them, but you want to keep them around a gig. They say a gig is about the sweet spot per partition. I don't know that to be true, though. You can get spinning drives. Oh, yeah. I was thinking I probably would get a high-speed spinning drive, 22 terabytes. You can get one for like $200 or $300. Run it over USB-C, or I have a miniature motherboard. It's only got one PCI Express slot, and I'm using that for my 4090. So I was thinking I'd upgrade the motherboard to get a second PCI Express slot, just so that I could have like one of those. It's like a PCI Express slot, and you just put M2 drives into it. I was thinking I might get one of those. But yeah. Data is everything. Data is absolutely everything. You can't find good strategies without data. It's just that simple. No, there is some really cool research on using synthetic data to let you design strategies so you don't have to go buy data. You have to have some data to seed it with, but you don't have to have the big, giant, expensive data sets. You can synthesize it if you have some examples to work with. I've never tried this technique. It's been on my wish list for a very, very long time. We read this paper at least like twice a year on stream. And if everything falls through, if we get to the end of February and we're just not finding any profitable strategies, we're going to take a much closer look at these techniques. Anyhow, a 4 terabyte M2 is only $300. Oof. Yeah, I need like 10 of them. I guess I only need like 5 of them. Maybe not even that many. That's doable. About $1,000. That'd be cheaper. It'd be twice the price of getting it on a USB-C as a spinning drive, but it'd be 10 times faster. And if it costs like $1,000 a month to host and query the cloud, then yeah, it's still less than 1 month expense. Yeah, I might do that. Get a couple of M2 drives on a PCI Express card. That way it stays super fast. Yeah, we might do that. We might. This is torture. Oh my god. Oh. Thank you all for sort of coming out today. I know it's not our most riveting and entertaining stream, but it's so good to be back. It's good to breathe again. It's good to feel like myself again, you know. I know I am Algo bro. But fellas, when the cameras are off and the lights are off, I'm just Anthony. You know, when I'm hanging out with F, my mod, it's just Tony, man. It's just good to see you. I only feel like Algo bro when I'm with you. And you know, it's good to feel like myself again. I missed you all so much. So, love you nerds. You nades, you bunch of nades. So let's thank everybody for coming out to another Algo Bro stream. I think we've got partner in the bag. Today or tomorrow, I think it's ours. Well, today or Monday. But I think that is going to be it for me today, folks. I still got the flop sweat and the dizziness, and I think I need to like eat some food and chill out. We're going to raid Odd Oculus. We're going to get his numbers up. We're going to pay that forward because he's making a kick-ass game over here. It's about ready to go. Don't nobody know about it. That's fucked up. We're going to fix that. So hang on. Meet my friend. And I'm going to lay down, guys. This sucks. Don't get this flu. This one's awful. I love you all so much. Come back to Monday. We'll be here. Thanks for the first stream back, guys, and thanks for the good numbers today. I love you all. Y'all have a great weekend. And hey, whatever happens, don't get involved in any chaos in DC on Monday. Stay away. Stay home. I'm dead ass. I don't want to see any of y'all in this. All right, bye, everybody. Oof.